All right, I think we are live. Shalom, grace and peace to you from God our Father, our Lord Jesus Christ. Joined with me today is Brother NL. Today is yet another exciting stream in relations to the Seventh Day Adventism. Today we'll be looking at the Israel Dammon trial and in relations how it focuses on the development of the so-called shut door theology. Joined with me, as I said, Brother NL again. Thank you for your time today, brother. How are you? How's everything?
Yeah, thank you for having me again to do this second episode on our 7 day Adventist extended universe that we are making right now.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm
Yeah,
I'm
today we're
guessing.
going to speak about something very important, and I am pretty sure that most people have not even heard about this. And if they have heard something, they have not researched the sources themselves to know what this story is about and what it is, what are the implications of the story.
Right, right. So once again, it is also pretty interesting for me as well to explore, which this particular subject when people don't focus much. Again, do you want to also? I think when we do this kind of documentary style and exploration, do you want to give a disclaimer? What's the context and purpose that we are doing this?
Yeah, but okay, yeah. The context for us having these meetings is to show people the actual teachings of the Seventh Day Adventist Church, the way that they are,
Hmm.
the way that they follow logically, and we are trying just to show information that people have not really seen before. Because if you open your YouTube, you can see debates about the Sabbath, debate about the state of the dead, and all these doctrines that are
Right.
kind of, in my opinion, I can't use the word secondary, but if what we are saying is correct, what we are going to
Hmm.
show you is correct, then it doesn't matter if they have the truth about the Sabbath or the state of the dead. It's absolutely irrelevant because they
Right.
would still be disqualified just based
Right.
on their history. That is why
Mm.
we're making these streams to show you things that you haven't heard before that
Hmm.
do require an explanation. And you're not going to see most of the Adventist scholars really try to even
Right.
defend this. Yeah, because I
Understood.
know personally that if you go to read their written sources, you will have like pages and pages and pages of supposed explanations that really don't solve anything. But if you're
Hmm.
going to ask them in a regular conversation, they cannot absolutely harmonize these things that we're going to present right now.
Perfect.
At least
Perfect.
in our estimation, but we'll see. Yeah.
Yes,
In
yes,
regard to
yes.
this, yeah, I would.
Go ahead.
It is probably a good place to say to our viewers to really watch our previous video. In the previous video, we spoke about something very important. I would say a very important statement made by Ellen White, and I received several objections. So before we start the new topic, it is important to clarify some things
Sure, go
because I
ahead.
assume some people are going to make a video about this responding to our streams, which actually did happen. So the first objection that I have heard from some people, which is absolutely ridiculous in my opinion, is that since I'm not a black person, I cannot even speak about the black people. I would say that
Right.
this is absolutely asinine. I know I'm not sure how is this related, and I gave the
Yeah, yeah.
example that I can go to any other denomination that has black people, and if I show them what Ellen White said about them, they will actually
Mm.
agree with me. Yeah, it for some reason it is only 7 Day Adventist black people that take issue with this. I'm not sure why.
Just to give in the context, this is the session that we did in relations to the doctrine of amalgamation. Or I mean, I know they didn't
Yeah,
like the way the
amalgamation of
doctrine.
men and beast. Yeah.
Yeah, amalgamation of man and beast, and how it was historically taught and interpreted, right?
Mhm.
So they took offense of it, and the rebuttal was, as you mentioned, they went on the so-called qualification to comment on this subject. You they tied it to your skin color.
Yeah, which is absolutely irrelevant because I don't really care what color you are. I mean, if you read the
Yes.
sources for themselves, you should judge what the sources say. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
even putting
exactly.
my own opinion here, and all I did is to show the historical development of that doctrine. Yeah, and
Makes sense.
Yeah, and I know that, for example, Kevin Morgan from Ellen White Reconsidered made a response to me, and his argument basically was that I missed like 2 or 3 quotes from Ellen White that basically do not even deal with our
Affect
subject.
anything.
They do not
Exactly.
address
So
anything at all.
right, right. So there's this sort of distraction. So just for the people who are joining, and then I just put a link to the live session that we did. It is also on the live tab. Get to know the Seventh Day Adventist doctrine of amalgamation. So for today's session, okay, I'll go ahead and share the presentation. Maybe start with the context and overview what we are talking about in relations to what it mean in Israel Dammon trial,
Mm.
and just a short, like brief overview of what is shut door theology, and we can move ahead.
Yeah, so today we're going to look at the trial of Israel Dammon, which is also called the incident in Atkinson. And basically, this story is a very popular story from the 19th century about a guy called Israel Dammon that hosted a worship event in in the house of a person of that was kind of how do you call it, a figure that was kind of known by him. And in that event, there was some crazy things happening that you're going to discover. It is absolutely insane. So basically, here you can see the picture that is kind of an illustration by a guy called Donald Mudd. I cannot tell you from which year this picture is, but it definitely stretches to 1988, definitely by that period. And you can see on the picture several people that were mostly Millerites. Those were the people that were that experienced the great disappointment, and that is why Israel Dammon gathered them all in one place in order to discuss what was happening. Yeah, this is the picture. You can clearly see Ellen White. You can clearly see Israel Dammon. And if you can move to the next slide, yeah, these are the numerical values, so you can see who is who. Yeah, but the most important thing here that you need to remember is Ellen White and Israel Dammon. The Israel Dammon is with the number 7, Ellen White is with the number 5. This is the most important thing that you need to remember from this picture. Yeah. Yeah, so you can move on.
My apologies, my mic was muted. So 5 is Ellen White,
Yeah,
7 is Israel Dammon. Just to
correct.
give the context, want people to
Yeah.
see what's happening here. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, this story, we have two sources for this story. The original story comes from a newspaper, and you can begin reading here.
Okay. Yeah, so is Pistachius Farmer March 7, 1845, original newspaper from Maine town. It was
Yeah, that
first
is the town
discovered
that these events happened. Yeah.
it was first discovered by Seventh-day Adventist historian Frederick Hoyt in 1983. Hoyt supposedly published it 4 years later because he was shaken by what he read. It was also found by Bruce Weaver in July 15, 1986, without prior knowledge of Hoyt's discovery.
Yeah, so here you can see that both these guys were Adventists. Frederick Hoyt was an Adventist historian. He randomly found this newspaper in some library or so, as far as I have studied. And
Okay.
basically, it says that he was shaken by what he read, and you are going to discover why. Because this newspaper recorded absolutely crazy statements by the people that participated in this event. Yeah, this paper
Mm,
is official. You can see a picture of the newspaper below. Yeah,
okay.
from
Yes.
March 7, 1845. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the next
This is
pictures, yeah, you wanted to say something? Yeah.
no, no, no. So just for the viewers, this is the sort of three I would say newspaper handouts, right? 1845, 1988, and then finally in 2024. I think this is the from the Journal of Adventist Archive.
The 1988 by Bruce Weaver, yeah, he's doing analysis of the newspaper. Yeah, this is his own article, you can say, in a sense.
Right.
And basically, he's commenting on the paper with additional notes and additional quotes from the historical sources in order to give context to the story of the newspaper. Because if you read the
Understood.
newspaper for itself, it has basic information, but Bruce Weaver decided to study this issue and to study
Okay.
additional historical sources in order to clarify the statements in the newspaper.
Right, right. Okay,
And in Kevin Burton, he is a guy who continued this kind of work that Weaver did. And
okay.
basically, he also wrote an article, including the newspaper, the commentary from Weaver, and every single thing that you can find here. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So
Okay.
basically, if you later see me cite something that doesn't have a source, know that it's directly from the newspaper. Yeah, directly from
Okay.
there.
So directly
So
from
the
the
second
newspaper.
source, yeah, the second source for information about this event of the Israel Dammon trial and the how do you call it, the accident in the house comes from
Okay.
Ellen White herself in her book Spiritual Gifts. Yeah, which was written 15 years after the event. Yeah, she also has something to say about these events because she was present there. Yeah.
Right,
So this
right.
story
Yeah.
is, yeah. So
Go
this
ahead. Go
story
ahead.
is absolutely official. It is not made up. You're going to find even Adventist supposed harmonizations of the story, which absolutely do not work out, and even they admit that it doesn't work out. But it's not
Yeah.
made up. It's a real thing. Yeah. So we will see what the story is about, why it's problematic, and what follows from the story. Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay.
So on the picture, you can see that this is the main character of the story, Israel Dammon. He was a radical Millerite. Radical because Millerites back then had absolutely crazy doctrines that we would consider today to be absolute heresies in a sense. Yeah, we will consider them heresies. He
Mm.
was a preacher, but he wasn't ordained. You can kind of compare him to Jim Jones, but a lesser version of him. Not really, not exactly like him, but similar to him. Yeah, because he was like a individual who decided to preach these things. He
Okay.
was a former state captain, and he was charismatic, heavily charismatic. Yeah, and most importantly, he knew Ellen White for almost 20 plus years. Yeah, that is very
Wow.
important. Yeah,
Right.
and we're going to see
That's
why.
important.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this is the main figure in this trial, right?
This is the guy who was put in under trial. Yeah, he was the guy who was arrested.
Okay.
Yeah.
So go
So
ahead. What
what
happened?
happened and why this story is important? If you can begin, yeah, you can begin reading if you want.
Yeah, so on February 15, 1845, Israel Dammon hosted a worship event in the house of James Ayer. About 50, 60 people, mostly Millerites who experienced the great disappointment, attended the event. So talk to us a bit about what is the greatest disappointment about.
So for those who doesn't know, if you study Seventh-day Adventism and their roots, the Great Disappointment was a specific event that was kind of predicted, supposedly predicted by a guy called William Miller. He was a Baptist who tried to calculate the second coming of Christ. He concluded that Christ would come back in 1844, but this failed. And this event in history is called the Great Disappointment because people were heavily believing that Christ would come back, but he didn't.
Mm. Okay, okay. So let me continue to read that just for the context. What is great disappointment? The police came to arrest Israel Dammon on the charges of being vagrant, idle person, and disturber of the peace. He was put on trial for those charges. He was sentenced to remain 10 days in prison and cover trial expenses.
Yeah, you're probably thinking that this isn't a big deal. Well, some guy got arrested at a party, but you're
Yes,
going to discover that there are circumstances which make this story problematic, and it didn't happen the way that Ellen White told us to. Yeah, there are several accounts of this story, basically
right,
all the people versus Ellen White's account of the story, and this
right.
story clearly shows what people believed, what she believed, how she's lying, absolutely lying,
Hmm.
and we can know from the newspaper and from the testimonies of the people what actually happened versus what she claims to have happened. That is why the story is
Okay.
very important, and it's
Hmm.
tying a lot of loose ends in the Millerites understanding and the false views that they had back then.
Okay, perfect. So this
Now, this
is
is
Ellen
the
White.
site of Ellen White here. We are going to read
Ellen
this.
White. Okay, I'll go ahead and read it. Ellen White's side of story. Just for the viewers again, apologies because as brother NL also clarified with me, uh, the presentation has to have the important facts, and that is why you can't really enlarge it. So, but then the presentation will be in the description as well for you all to use it as
Yeah,
well.
because if I try to shorten it, I assume some people are going to make a video blaming me that I didn't introduce everything. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So just for the context, we have to include everything, and you can't squeeze everything in one screen. But I'll go ahead
Mhm.
and read, right? From Exeter, we went to Atkinson. One night, I was shown something that I did not understand. It was to this effect that we were to have a trial of our faith. The next day, which was the first day of the week, while I was speaking, two men looked into the window. We were satisfied of the object. They entered and rushed past me to Elder Dammon. The Spirit of the Lord rested upon him, and his strength was taken away, and he fell to attempt to drag him from the room. Somebody is saying, "Everyone, top screen is mirrored." Uh, just give me a second. Something is happening.
Yeah,
I'm
no
not sure.
problem. Yeah.
Okay. Adrian, is everything okay? What do you mean by top screen is mirrored? Uh, but let me go ahead and read. Not a problem. Um, my apologies. His strength was taken away, and he fell to the floor helpless. The officer cried out, "In the name of the state of Maine, lay hold of this man." Two seized his arms and two his feet and attempted to drag him from the room. They would move him a few inches only, then rush out the house. The power of God was in that room. The servants of God, with their countenance lighted up in this glory, with his glory, made no resistance. The efforts to take Elder Damon were often repeated with the same effect. The man could not endure the power of God. He was relieved to them to rush out the house. Their number of increased to 12. Still, Elder Damon was held by the power of God about 40 minutes, and not all the strength of those men could move him from the floor where he lay helpless. At the same moment, we all felt that Elder Damon must go. God had manifested his power for his glory, and that the name of the Lord will be further glorified in suffering in him to be taken from our midst. And those men took him as easily as they would take up a child and carried him out. Do you want to give any context in relations to this? Do you want to comment anything on this?
Let's finish the whole thing and
Okay,
I
okay.
will comment on the
Makes sense.
summary.
Sure. After Elder Damon was taken from our midst, he was kept in a hotel, guarded by a man who did not like his office. He said the Elder Damon was singing and praying and praising the Lord all night. So your video screen when we see your face, the poster. Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. No worries, Adrian. Thank you for joining us today. Praising the Lord all night so that he could not sleep. He would not watch over such a man. No one wished the office of guarding him. He was left to go about the village as he pleased. After promising that he would appear for a trial, kind friends invited him to share their hospitalities. At the hour of trial, Elder Damon was present. A lawyer offered his services. The charge brought against Elder Damon was that he was a disturber of peace. Many witnesses were brought to sustain the charge, but they were at once broken down by the testimony of Elder Damon's acquaintances present, who were called to the stand. There was such a curiosity to know what Elder Damon and his friends believed, and he was asked to give them a synopsis of his faith. He then told them in a clear manner his belief from the scriptures. It was also suggested they sung curious hymns, and he was asked to sing one. There were quite a number of strong brethren present who had stood by him in the trial, and they joined him in singing, "When I was in Egypt's land, I heard my Savior was at hand." Elder Damon was asked if he had a spiritual wife. He told them he had a lawful wife, and he could thank God that she had been a very spiritual woman. Ever since his acquaintance with her, the cost of court, I think, was thrown upon him, and he was relieved. This is this is quoted in Spiritual Gifts, Book 2, pages 40 to 41.
Yeah, so you can read here that Ellen White is commenting on the event. She
Okay.
basically claims that the reason why the police couldn't move out Israel was because God did a miracle. So she is invoking the name of the Lord to say that God did a miracle that prevented the police to apprehend Israel. Do we see that? I mean,
Yeah. Yes.
yeah.
Yes.
He's saying that the people which are spectating, also called the servants of God, which is the Millerites that were watching the whole thing transpire, they made no resistance. Remember this, they made no resistance. That's what she's saying. And she said that the police tried to apprehend Israel for 40 minutes. It took them 40 minutes to arrest him. That is what Ellen White is claiming. This is very important. And she also says, uh, that the
Right.
testimony of the witnesses was immediately destroyed by Israel Dammon himself. Yeah. So when Israel went to the trial, all the testimonies of the witnesses is kind of broken, unreliable. He tried to dispel everything. He had success with this. That is what Ellen White is claiming about this event.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I hope that this is
Yeah.
clear.
So
Now,
on the floor
yeah,
he was laying helpless. Basically, he couldn't move, and at some point the police officers tried to move him, and for 40 minutes they couldn't move him. And then at some point the power of God sort of left him. It was completely manifested in him. Then they were able to move him like a child. So and then he went to the trial, and it seems by his own testimony everything was refuted.
yeah, basically, she's arguing that God used this event in order to show the Millerite party that God is still with them and that He's like supporting their faith, let's say it. Yeah. Because
Right.
according to her, where it says in the first sentence, uh,
You mean the first
while I
paragraph?
was,
One night
no, no,
one
where it
night I
says,
was
while I was speaking, two men walked, if you can read that part.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. The next day, which was the first day of the week, while I was speaking, two men looked into the window. We were satisfied of the object. They
Yeah, which
entered.
means that there was probably silence and people were like silent, spectating what is going to happen. They were like very polite, very in order, a normal worship event, nothing serious, nothing to worry about. Why is the police here? Everybody's like wondering. That is what
Yeah,
Ellen White is trying to present the case to be, which is
right,
absolutely, yeah, where you're going to see that things were not really simple because
right,
you're going
right,
to find out why the police was called, what actually happened, and yeah, you're going
right.
to see this. But before that, if you can read all these names in the left side, in the right
Okay.
side of the, yeah,
Those who never attended the trial, right?
yeah, those are the people that Ellen White writes after the books. I'm not sure if it's in the beginning of the book or after the book in Spiritual Gifts. She's listing the signatures of those people, those five people who
Okay.
supposedly support her version of the event. Yeah, they support her
Mhm.
claims. They support what actually happened. But notice this:
Right.
the first three are a family. Yeah, father, mother, daughter. Notice their what name? Yeah,
So
the fourth.
these people were in the event, but they did not attend the trial, and somehow,
Correct. Yeah. They
okay,
were I couldn't even find if they were part of the event, but supposedly let's grant them that they were part of the event. That's fine.
okay,
But they
okay.
were
So you
not
want me to read the
attending the
names?
trial.
Okay,
Now notice the fourth name is James Ayer, but notice it
okay.
says senior. The signature
Right.
is not of James Ayer, it's of his father.
Oh,
Yeah.
signature. Yes, yes, signature of his
Yeah.
father. And
James
then
Ayer
Mrs.
is the
R.
owner of the house, but we have his father signing supposedly the account of Ellen White, which is kind of
Right,
cringe.
right.
And the
Yes.
last one, the last one is kind
R.W.
of
Wood.
interesting. Yeah, we are going to read about her in the next slide. But read, if you can, where it says, "We bear cheerful testimony."
Okay, we bear cheerful testimony to the truthfulness of the statements relative to Elder Damon. As near as we can recollect, we believe the circumstances of his arrest and trial to be fairly stated.
Yeah, through the Ellen White perspective, which we are going to find that this is not really the case. Yeah, so you
Okay,
can open the next slide. Now, this is Mrs. Wood. Yeah, you can
right.
read what she's saying here.
So, in a private letter dated May 16, 1888, that's a beautiful year, Mrs. Wood denies that she ever signed this statement, and she did not know that her name was attached to it until many years after. She also denies the accuracy of Mrs. White's statement regarding Damon affair. She was present and remembered the experience very well, and her account does not agree with Mrs. White's account. If they will forge Mrs. Wood's name to a document, they would forge other names. Therefore, we have a good reason for doubting the value of their testimonials. Edward S. Ballinger, Early History of the Seventh day Adventist Church, unpublished manuscript, page 117. Quoted in Adventist Currents, April 1988, page 31.
So we can see that Ellen White is making up signatures, and that even the people who supposedly support her don't know that they are supporting her. Yeah. Many years later, Mrs. Wood discovered that she is actually supporting Ellen White.
Right,
So
right. So, yeah, my apologies. So,
yeah, how is this
um,
not a problem? I don't know. I mean, it's a huge problem for me, but maybe
yeah,
Kevin
yeah.
Morgan can harmonize this.
The 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 issue is that the one whose signature has been used, she herself comes in and refutes, right? Ellen White
Yeah, yeah,
for of forgery. Yeah.
correct. Yeah. And
What
now we
actually
are going
happened?
to read what actually happened according to the police that actually came to arrest him.
Okay, Joseph Moulton is the police, right?
Yeah, he's the sheriff. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Joseph Moulton, when I went to arrest the prisoner, the Israel Dammon, they shut the door against me. Finding I could not gain access to him without, I burst open the door. I went to the prisoner, I took him by the hand and told him my business. A number of women jumped on to him. He clung to them and they to him. So great was the resistance, I with three assistants could not get him out. I remained in the house and sent for more help. After they arrived, we made a second attempt with the same result. I again sent for more help. After they arrived, we overpowered them and got him out of door in custody. We were resisted by both men and women. Can't describe the place. It was one continued shout. Who's Benjamin Smith?
Just a guy from the town that just read his
Okay.
statement.
Oh, yes, Atkinson, right? So, in relation to the Atkinson's incident, I have been called upon by the citizen of Atkinson to interfere and put a stop to these meetings. They gave us a reason. The defendant and others were living upon certain citizens of said town. They were liable to become town charge. I started to go there, but learned the prisoner had been arrested and others had been dispersed. I mean, this is so weird. What's like, you know? So the police officer is going to arrest him. A number of women jumped on him. He clung to them and they to him. Oh my god!
Yeah, supposedly they made no resistance, right? Basically, the story is that when the Millerites gathered in the home, they were
Okay.
like extremely cringe and ecstatic and hyper charismatic that somebody called the police. It was one continuous shout, as the police officer says. That's why they sent the police there to arrest him. Because Israel Dammon already had the fame of a guy who is like a cult leader. I mean, like Jim Jones. That's why they sent the police after him. He was charged with being
And
dirty charges from
disturber
the
of the
previous
peace.
fights. Yeah,
Right, right. So basically, he's the no offense, acting like a what more charismatics would act like, shouting
correct.
all
Hyper
over and
charismatic.
disturbing
Yeah, yeah,
hyper charismatics, shouting all over, disturbing the peace. So this is sort of his behavior, and then at this point, it has really broken out, and everyone is involved.
yeah. That is why the police tried to arrest him to stop this event. Obviously,
Right, right.
but obviously, Ellen White is saying that the move of God happened. God did a miracle. He's the one that stopped the police. But in reality, it's the crazy Millerites that attacked them. Yeah, they attacked the police. The guy
Oh,
needed
okay.
reinforcement. He called for
Right.
reinforcement twice. I mean, there were like 12 people that needed to take Israel Dammon. Yeah, they couldn't fight these people. Yeah, they were crazy fanatics. That's the point. That's
Yes,
what the
yes.
officer is saying. Yeah.
Exactly. So in her, just to go back on Ellen White's side of the story, is that she says that the power of God was in the room. The servants of God with the countenance lighted up,
Yeah.
this glory made no resistance.
You can
Right?
go to the other slide. Actually, I made a comparison between the two.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So this is the comparison. What actually happened? Okay. Comparison.
Yeah.
50
It's one
years
by
after
one.
the
You can
event.
read them side by side.
So first statement by Ellen White. While I was speaking, two men looked in. Right. So this implies a quiet one speaker meeting. But Joseph Moulton said, I went to arrest the prisoner, can't describe the place. It was a continued shout. Basically, mega church in a small place,
Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
blasting all the hallelujahs.
Oh, it was
uh,
way worse than this. You have no idea.
oh,
When we read the witnesses themselves, it's going to be insane.
okay, second statement by Ellen White. The power of God was in that room, and the servants of God, with their countenance lighted up with his glory, made no resistance. Compare that to Joseph Moulton, right? When I went to arrest the prisoner, so great was their resistance. I was with three assistants, could not get him out. We were resisted by both men and women.
Yeah. Now let's make this clear. There was like 50 or 60 people that were there
Oh,
in the
yes,
house, and then the
yes.
police came, and they were basically had to gather 12 officers in order to remove Damon. Imagine what
Wow.
fight was. It was probably crazy. Yeah. And
The
according to Ellen White,
ratio,
yeah, according to Ellen White, everybody was like spectating politely. I mean, it was quiet. They were like hoping that God is doing a miracle there. They
yes,
weren't
yes,
fighting. Yeah.
yes.
Did they make the resistance or not? Who am I supposed to trust? Yeah.
Exactly. The police officer saying there was so much resistance, and she's saying no resistance at all. And especially with
Yeah.
50, 60 people in the room, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so the next line, they would move him few inches only, then rush out of the house. The men could not endure the power of God, and it was a relief to rush them out of the house. Joseph Moulton said, I remained in the house and sent for more help. Total
Every single
contradiction.
sentence is a contradiction.
Yeah, so yeah, no words. Like they could only move in a few inches, but then they ran out of the house, but the police officer is saying, I remain in the house. Elder Damon was held by the power of God about 40 minutes. Wow, she could even, not all the strength of those men would move him from the floor where he lay helpless. Interesting. For 40 minutes, he couldn't move, right? But Joseph Moulton is saying, we overpowered them, got him outdoor in custody.
Yeah.
Interesting, interesting. Um, a lawyer offered his services, right? And Joel
Yeah.
Daw, the actual event under cross examination, I engaged counsel in this case to defend the prisoner. So is this counsel provided by by the state or by his friends?
Oh, I can't tell you. I had to
Okay.
probably check this, but I can't tell you. It's not important to the story, anyways.
Okay, that's fine. So okay, a lawyer offered his services. He was asked to give the court a synopsis of his faith. Um, okay, so this is Ellen White saying, Elder Damon again rose for further defense. Court indulged him to speak. Okay, he told them in a clear manner his belief from the scriptures. So, but the actual event is that he read 126th Psalm and the 50th Psalm. He said, the day of grace has gone by and the believers were reduced, but there was too many yet that the end of the world would come within a week.
This is important. We will return to this later. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then it was also suggested that they sung curious hymns and he was asked to sing one. So this is the Ellen White account. The prisoner and his witnesses asked permission and sung. So this is the actual event. Right. Okay.
Mhm.
Many witnesses were brought to sustain the charge, but they were at once broken down by the testimony of Elder Damon's acquaintances. Okay, so witnesses were brought in, but they would not be sustained. Um,
Mhm.
okay, and the police officer is saying, I agree with Crosby and Lambert. Osborne, think Crosby's testimony is correct. Mason said, I have heard Crosby testify and think him correct.
So yeah, the thing here is that when he's citing Ayer is supposed James Ayer is supposedly the guy who supports Ellen White's story, and he himself says that
Right.
he agrees with the opposition.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And finally, Elder Damon was asked if he had a spiritual wife. I wonder what this. He
I know
told
this
them he
is
had a.
kind of irrelevant. Yeah, basically it was
Yeah.
something out of silence, and yeah, this was just in the. It's not
And
important that much.
finally, so she says finally he was released, The actual account, he was sentenced to prison to 10 days.
Yeah, and then he was released, which is maybe not a big deal, but who cares? That is not the most important thing out here. Yeah, did they make
Context.
resistance or not? That's what I care to know. Yeah.
Context matters. So you wanted to highlight something in relations to the is it the singing of the hymn, or the in relations his belief from the scriptures?
Give me a second.
You said we will come back to together.
Oh
Come
no,
back.
I meant where it says that the end of the world will come in 2 weeks, but let's leave that for later. Yeah, this is basically the shut door, but this is another
Okay.
topic that will wait a
Okay.
little bit. Now,
The shadow theology. Yes.
yeah, we're going to cover this, but now let me warn the audience. We're going to read some, if not all, let's see, we'll see how time goes. The witnesses that actually attended the event and that were cross-examined in the trial under oath in court. This is official wall setting. Yeah, there were lawyers, there was a judge. So this is not fake. This is not me asking you on the street what you think. This is official documents. If you don't read the sources here, the sources come from the newspaper. Yeah, I just didn't wrote it here because I have to repeat like 10 times the same source. That is why I'm telling you right now. All the people that were mentioned here, they come from the newspaper that I showed in my sources slide. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Got it. So what
Yeah.
you want me to do? Read all this, right?
Yeah, you can begin reading. Basically, I didn't change the wording, but I tried to misplace based on the type of testimony that they bring, because some speak about certain events, others speak about other events. I try to order them according to what they are saying. Yeah, but I didn't
Okay.
change anything. I didn't cut anything. Yeah, this is what they
Okay.
say.
So these are the sworn statements of those people who were present, right? Thomas Proctor
Correct. On the trial.
saw
On
the
the trial. Yeah.
on the trial, saw the prisoner. Oh, my apologies. Saw the prisoner in relations to the prisoner is Israel Dammon. Saw the prisoner last Saturday. Was present when he was taken. Know nothing of the meetings myself.
Yeah.
And
Go
then
on. Yeah.
Moses Jerish sworn statement. I've never attended any of their meetings when the prisoner was present.
Yeah, stop here. Notice he's saying that there were multiple meetings. This is not the only one. They gather regularly in probably different places, but this is not the first time that Damon is making those, let's call them worship events, even though that word doesn't fit here. But yeah, I
Right,
can
right.
use
Okay.
parties, but party is kind of different as well. But anyways,
Ye- Yes.
yeah.
Quote unquote worship event. Ricker Swan. I know the elder Damon. I went to attend their meeting once. They told me there would be none. Asked them where it would be on the next Sabbath. They told me they know not where, but they did not admit any but the Advent band. I asked Damon if that was Christ's religion. He says it is ours. Okay, pretty interesting claim. This is from
Yeah.
Crosby. Prisoner had been reported to have been there about a fortnight with no visible means of support.
Yeah, this is
Um,
basically describing his financial status, because and the next three witnesses are going to say that he is a man who doesn't have a means of supporting himself,
okay,
man who has no means of support. It is common report that the prisoner is living upon his followers. That is basically the testimony of these people, to say that he is Jim Jones type of guy. Yeah, he doesn't have a job. He's basically there to promote the Advent message, let's call it that, or the Millerite theology. Yeah.
right, right, sure. So the next few, I would say the statements or testimonies from Harvey Proctor and Martin. This is
Mhm.
again, they would say, I know no means he has a support other than to live on his followers. Prisoner had been reported as a man who has no means of support. I do not know of his having any. It is the common report that the prisoner is living upon his followers, basically, ripping off people on their monies,
Yeah.
living off of
Yeah.
their monies.
Mhm.
Okay, so this is the general what's happened.
Yeah, let me
Okay.
also make a disclaimer here, because probably some people are saying, "Oh, what has this to do with Ellen White? Who cares? She's not the main character." She is going to have to be referred to here by the witnesses, so she is going to
Mm,
become the main character. And notice, if you remember the picture, All these
Right.
things are happening next to her. That is what I want you to remember. All these things that are
Right.
going to be said, it's happening like next to her. Yeah. She's witnessing these things. So remember
Right.
this.
Right. Right. Okay.
Yeah, you can go on. Mhm.
Next. Want me to read this?
If you want to summarize it a little bit, you can. But basically, this is a basic testimony. Nothing too
Right.
special here, except to say that you can try to read the highlighted text if you want to save time. No problem.
Right.
I don't know.
Sure. So I'll just quickly read. This is from Ebenezer Blethen, right? So is a sworn statement. Have been in the house 3 times. They saw nothing out of the way in Elder Damon. Have seen others. Objected by the Holmes. Confine your remarks to the prisoner. He can no way be accountable of the conduct of others. I object to any testimony except what goes to show what respondent Damon has said or done as wholly irrelevant. The question by Chandler, who was the presiding elder at the meeting? Answer, Elder Damon presided, took the lead meetings I attended. So evidence is saying that, look, Damon was there. He's the president of the meeting. He managed all those meetings, right?
Yeah, he was
Um,
the elder at the meeting. He was basically the guy who was the wildest, the the cult leader. Yeah, the main preacher.
right, right, okay. So this is Blethen. He says that the first meeting I attended was 2 weeks ago yesterday, 2nd February 1845. Saw people sitting on the floor, laying on the floor, demons sitting on the floor. They were leaning on each other. Crazy stuff. It
So
did
it's going
not
to be
have
much
the
worse.
it did not have the appearance of it did not have the appearance of religious meeting. So in cross-examination, saw nothing like licentiousness. There was exhortation and prayer each evening. Was there last time after the purpose of retrieving part of my family.
Yeah. So now don't expect every witness to see absolutely everything, but you can see
Yes,
the
of course.
parallels. You can see that they are going to mostly agree on everything that we are going to show.
Right. Okay, let me move to the next slide.
Yeah, and I started with the weakest testimony, and now we are probably going to read something brutal. Yeah.
So as you say, we have couple of testimony. Which testimony do you want to highlight? From
Basically, the
whom?
ones that the Otto Lambert. Yeah, this one is important. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and read Lawton Lambert's testimony.
Yeah, we can
Lawton Lambert
summarize
is
the others as well, no problem. But we need to read like one or two that are big.
Okay, so this is Lawton Lambert is a sworn statement, the Atkinson trial involving Israel Dammon incident, right? So they
Hmm.
were singing when I arrived. After singing, they sat down on the floor. Damon said a sister had a vision to relate. A woman on the floor then related her vision. Damon said all other denominations were wicked, they were liars, whoremasters, murderers. He also run upon all such were not believers with him. He ordered us off. We did not go. The woman that lay on the floor relating visions was called by Elder Damon and others imitation of Christ. Damon called us hawks and devils and said if he was the owner of the house, he would drive us off, right? The one,
Hmm.
yes, the one they called imitation of Christ told, imitation of Christ is Ellen White, I'm assuming,
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah.
told Mrs. Woodbury and others that they must forsake all their friends or go to hell. Interesting stuff. Imitation of Christ. Wow, interesting. As they called her, they're calling Ellen White the imitation of Christ, would lay on the floor a while, then rise up and call upon someone and say she had vision to relate to them, which she would relate. There was one girl that said they said, must be baptized that night or she must go to hell. She wept bitterly, wanted to see her mother first. They told her she must leave her mother or go to hell. One voice said, let her go to hell. She finally concluded to be baptized. Imitation of Christ. Once again, Ellen White told her vision to a cousin of mine that she must be baptized that night or go to hell. She objected because she had been once been baptized. So this person has been baptized already. Imitation Christ was said to be a woman from Portland. right? A
Yeah,
woman
that
that
is
they
fair.
call
Yeah.
okay, a woman that they call Mrs. Baker said that the devil was here and she wanted to see him. She selected me and said, you are the devil and will go to hell." I told her she was not my judge. Mr. James Ayer, the owner of the house, then clinched me and tried to put me out of the door. I told him we had not come to disturb the meeting. The vision woman called Joel Dorr and said he had doubted and would not be baptized again. She said, "Brother Dorr, don't go to hell." Um, Dorr kneeled to her feet and prayed. Miss Baker and a man went out into the bedroom, subsequently heard a voice in the room, "Hello, oh." The door was open. I saw in the room she was on the bed. He was hold of her. They came out of the bedroom hugging each other. She jumping up and would throw her legs between his. Miss Baker went on to Mr. Dorr and said, "You have refused me before." He said they had. They then kissed each other, and she said that feels good.
Cringy.
Green
I go.
stuff.
Yeah. So
Just
let
before this.
me just say basically what he's going to say is that in the event there was a back door with a bed and people Millerites went there and kissed each other. Now, I will tell you in advance, having read the sources, supposedly there wasn't a sexual encounter or something like this, but they were
Right.
doing creepy stuff, yeah. And the purpose of this back door was to preach to newcomers the Advent message, yeah. They wanted people who were not introduced, they go to the room and they literally evangelize the Advent movement there in that back
Right.
door.
In some instance, like in few instances, she says to people to go be baptized, if not they will go to hell, right?
Correct. Now there are two explanations of. Okay, we will get back to this later. Yeah.
So one, okay, another one. Miss Baker went to Mr. Doe and said, "Okay, that we have read." Just before they went to the water to baptize, Miss Baker went into the bedroom with a man they called Elder White, saw him help her onto the bed. The light was brought out and door closed. I did not see either of them afterwards. Crazy stuff. Once I was in the room, other talking with my cousin. Damon and others came out in the room, stopped our discourse, called her sister and me the devil. Imitation of Christ lay on the floor during the time they went to down to the water to baptize. She continued on the floor until I left, which was between the hours of 12 and 1 o'clock at night. Yeah. Do you want to comment anything?
You can go on, yeah, on cross examination and so forth if you
Cross
want.
examination, right? So this is the cross examination. The visionist, referring to Ellen White, lay down on the floor. I should think about 7 o'clock. They She laid there from what that time until I left. Damon and others called her imitation of Christ. This again ridiculous title for her. Part of the time, Damon was down on the floor on his back. Can't say certainly who first said she was the imitation of Christ, but can say Damon repeatedly said so. Damon said Christ revealed to her and she to others. I'm not acquainted with Elder White. They called him Elder White. They said if the Almighty had anything to say, he revealed it to her and she acted as mediator. So this is from Downs. It's also a sworn statement. Went to the meeting with Lowton Lambert, kept with him, had heard him testify, know that he had related to be true. He omitted one thing. I saw Damon kiss other people's wives.
Thank you for the addition, Thomas.
So that's the one thing he missed in the testimony, which was I saw
Yeah.
Damon kiss other people's wife. Witness underwent a severe cross-examination in which his testimony was so near reputation of Mr. Lambert that is by me considered useless to copy it.
Yeah, this is basically the author summarizing the position.
Right, right. God bless you, Dexter. Sister Lydia,
Yeah.
thank you for joining us today. So again, just to summarize again, so Damon comes in, so Lawton is the witness. He comes into
Yeah,
the
he's one
meeting.
of the guys that were part of the 50 or 60 people.
He comes
He
into the
attended the
meeting.
meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, so saying that there was a woman who was having this vision, and she was talking about this vision, and Damon said that everyone is going to hell, all the other denomination is wicked, and they were all
Yeah.
liars and murderers.
Yeah, there.
And
Yeah, if you read the other comments, if you want to read like one or two more big, and we can read some short ones, and I think this will be enough to get the point.
right,
Or if you
okay,
try to read only the highlighted parts, that is fine as well, no problem. If you think
okay.
it's
So
long.
this is from the Crosby. This is from Crosby. There was a woman on the
Mhm.
floor who lay on her back with a pillow on her head. She would occasionally arouse up and television. She said she was revealed to her. They would at times all be talking at once, hallowing at the top of their voice. Some of them said there was too much sin there. Oh my world. Damon said if he was the owner of the house, he would compel all unbelievers to leave it. They were sitting and laying on the floor promiscuously, and they were exceedingly noisy. So this matches Lawton's
Correct.
testimony
Yeah.
as well. Most of the men were on the floor, most of the women in chairs. What a weird way. Uh, Crosby said when he was re-examined in examination, I saw no kissing but heard about it. And the visionist called them up. She told them they had doubted. Her object seemed to be convinced that they must not doubt. Damon called the churches war masters, liars, and thieves and scoundrels, wolves in sheep's clothing murderers. He said, read the star by spells. It was the most noisy assembly I've ever attended. There was no order of regularity, no anything that resembled any other meeting I've ever attended. Crazy stuff. Damon seemed to have to take the lead in most art. I don't say Damon shouted the loudest. I think some others stronger in their lungs than he. Strange, strange. Basically, yeah, again, this strange stuff. Women in the chairs, men on the floor, and
Yeah. Keeping, hugging. Yeah.
Ellen
Women
White every
between the
now.
legs.
Oh yeah, women between the legs, and then woman Ellen White every now and then waking up from the floor and telling a vision. They said there's so
Yeah.
much sin in here.
Also, it's
So
important to mention this. In this time, Ellen White is supposedly 17, I think 16 or 17, I need to calculate, but she's already receiving visions from God. She's using her supposed prophetic gift, and
okay.
she's telling people whether they're going to hell or not. Now,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
and at the
exactly.
same time, she's hearing Damon preach. What is he preaching? Condemnation to other denominations, the shut
Right.
door, every single doctrine out there. And Ellen White is obviously supporting this. Yeah, obviously.
I get it. Yes. Okay, this is from
She's standing
Harvey.
next to him. Yeah.
Yeah, so the two important figures is again Damon and also White, Sister White as they would call it. So Sister White is in the room and telling everyone, you guys are going to hell, going to go to hell, and if you were not baptized, and then Damon is there preaching, all the other denominations are wicked liars and the devil. So Lawton, Crosby, and now Harvey. So these are the people who had a sworn statement. They attended the trial.
Yes.
Um, okay, so Damon White, referring to Sister
Ellen White.
White,
Some
Hall
might
were
say James White, but they going as a couple, so it doesn't matter.
Hall were elders, leaders. Damon said
Yeah.
the sinners were going to hell in 2 days. They were hugging and kissing each other. Damon would lay on the floor, then jump up. They would frequently go into another room. Damon has no means to support himself that I know of. The meeting appeared very irreligious. I've seen him sit on the floor with a woman between his legs and his arms around her. What a ridiculous thing.
Yeah. Yeah. You
Yes,
can read
yes,
the highlighted part from the cross examined.
yes. Um, okay, just in the back of the room, they said the world's people must not go. Damon said the meeting was to be a private meeting. They wanted no one to come unless they believe as he did in the Advent doctrine. He wanted no one to attend their meetings unless they believe in the Advent doctrine. So
So
this is
basically, what
more
happened here is that he tried to organize this party only for Millerites, but the house wasn't his. The house was like to some another guy, and other
Mm,
people from other denominations, other people, regular people, also went there. Yeah, to see what it was about because he was obviously popular in the town and he had several meetings like this back then.
mm, mm.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they were trying to see what is this guy about, what is he preaching, and so on. But obviously, they discovered that he is a very, very radical person. Yeah.
Right.
That's why it says,
Somebody.
I would throw you out of the house if it was my house. But it wasn't his house. Yeah, that's why he couldn't throw them out.
Right, right. So it was for his father's house. Oh no, no, Ayer's house, and
Yeah,
Damon
James
is
Ayers'
is
house. Yeah.
James Ayer's house, and Damon is actually conducting this meeting. And repeatedly, the consistency in these three witness sworn statements is that people are told that if you don't believe in the doctrine, you can only attend if you believe in the doctrine. If you don't baptize, you go to hell. All the other denominations are wicked and of the devil. And the consistency, the other consistency would be, it's like Ellen White is the prime figure over there, relating
Yeah.
all this ongoing vision every now and then, waking up from the floor and telling the vision, and this weird behavior of kissing and hugging each other. This is what's happening. And from Harvey, he says that the meeting appeared very irreligious, right?
Yeah.
Have
Because
seen
it was
him
one
sit on the
continuous shout. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't normal,
yeah, the
regular.
continued yeah, the continuous shout, and the meeting appear very religious. Have seen him sit on the floor with a woman between his legs and his arms around her.
Yeah.
Wow, scratching my head.
Yeah. So
So this
here
is
again
from
is
Harvey.
James Carvey, yeah, the same guy. Basically, because people were like asking him several times for different points at time. That's why there is multiple testimonies from the same guy.
Right, right, yes. So this is from Harvey. My apologies. Harvey. I've seen the prisoner on the floor with a woman between his legs. I don't want to imagine it. I've seen them in groups hugging and kissing one another. Damon hellowed out. Good God Almighty, drive the devil away. I once saw Elder Hall with his boots off. The woman would go and kiss his feet. Gee. One girl one girl made a smack but did not hit his foot with her lips. Hall said, "He that is ashamed of me before men, him will I be ashamed of me before my Father and the holy angels." She then gave his feet a number of kisses. Wow. This is
Crazy, right? But
insane
the
stuff.
prophet of God officially is seeing this, and yeah, who cares? Yeah, it's fine.
So yeah, Sister White is there, and then and Damon is saying this interesting. Elder Hall. So sorry, it's Elder Hall, yes. So
Yeah,
this, because
go
this is a
on.
group, this is all happening in the group setting, yes. Wow,
Correct. Yeah,
he's literally quoting the words of Jesus and applying to himself, asking people to kiss his feet.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so from James Rowe, Elder Damon found fault with us for coming for his meetings. He said that the church members were the worst people in the world. I have been young and now old. Of all the places I have ever was in, I never such a saw a confusion, not even a drunken frolic. So in cross-examination, Damon said he said all churches made no distinction. Acquainted with the prisoner for 20 or 30 years, his character was good until recently. Okay, so this is D. James Rowe, and talking about Damon. Interesting. So he's
Everybody's
basically an
talking about either Damon or Ellen White or the Mintic in general.
sorry.
Everybody's like commenting on Ellen White, Damon,
Okay,
and sitting around the building. Yeah, what they did and what they do.
right. Okay, this is Jeremiah Downs and Boomer. So this is another couple of
Mhm.
statements as well. They had an exhortation prayer in the evening. I saw men wash men's feet, women wash women's feet. Okay, no problem. Um, they had dishes of water. Elder Damon was the presiding elder. I saw Damon kiss Mrs. Auburn. This is someone else's wife.
Yeah, Mrs. Osborne is not his wife. Yeah, different person's wife. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, go on. Yeah.
Bubar. So I just go to the highlight where Bubar. Elder Damon said that the churches were in a fallen state. Obviously, everyone is anathematized. He had rather risk himself in the hands of the Almighty as a non-professor than to be in the place of the some of the churches. I believe fully in the faith. Witness affirmed that the story of kissing, rolling on the floor, and washing of feet. This is like amalgamation of you know, uh, it's authentic and inauthentic spiritual practices.
Yeah,
Kissing,
but
rolling on
notice.
the floor, washing of the feet. Okay, I
So
go ahead, go
basically,
ahead.
if you also Leonard Downs, who is also going to tell us another detail that everybody forgot.
Oh, okay,
Basically,
okay.
yeah, he's saying that Miss Baker was supposedly kissing with Mr.
Oh,
Dorr. I don't
my
know.
apologies. Let me read that. Let me read that. Leonard Downs did see Miss Baker come out of the bedroom with a man. He had his arm around her. See her go in with a man and shut the door. He had on a short jacket, dark colored, light colored pantaloons. Saw her kiss Mr. Door. She said that feels good. Cringe stuff.
And I think that this man is actually James White, according to the other witnesses, but I'm not sure. I think that was him. Yeah. Anyways, yeah,
Right.
go on.
Job Moody. Uh, okay, Job Moody is also he was in attendance to one of these meetings, right? So Brother Damon
Yeah,
said in relation.
everybody attended the meeting. I mean, nobody's
Yeah,
just speaking.
exactly, exactly. That's the one thing that I think we have to stress again and again. These people are not
Correct.
just
Yeah.
selling their testimony from outside. They attended these meetings.
They were
They were
there. Yeah.
They were there. They said they attended the meetings, right? They were bad enough. Said they were corrupt. Who this is referring to the churches. Damon is saying all these churches are bad. They are corrupt. They spoke of the star. He did not say they were thieves. I'm not certain, but he said that evening was their exception. Sister Harmon would lay on the floor in trance. Um, Lord would reveal their cases to her, and she to them. um, Mr. Damon repeatedly urged upon us the necessity of quitting all labor. That means you got to stop working. Kissing is a salutation of love. I greet them. So we have got a positive scripture for it. I reside in Exeter.
Yeah, you can go on. Yeah, no, nothing special here.
Okay. Osman, do you want me to read it? So,
Just the highlighted part
highlighted. Okay. So Osman say, I've heard him use as a strong language against them. This is in relations to the churches, right?
to the
Uh,
churches. Yeah.
yes. Do not okay, she told them their cases had been made known to her by the Lord, and if they were not baptized that evening they would go to hell. This is some ridiculous stuff over here.
In the reference to Ellen White, yeah, claiming for each person whether they were saved or not at that point and what would happen to them if they reject the Advent message that Israel Dammon is preaching.
Right, right. So at that point, if you don't accept and you don't get baptized, you will go to hell.
Yeah.
Okay. So and
Yeah, I
Elder
know.
Damon
So
that did advise us to quit all the work. Okay. Sell all
the
your
reason,
possessions.
let me clarify this. The reason Israel Dammon is telling people to stop working or caring is because, as he said in the previous in his testimony, the world is going to end in 2 weeks. Yeah, that is why. Because he believed that the end was soon. That is why he preached that everybody should not care about their work.
Right, right, right.
Yeah,
Jacob
you just
Mason.
missed the highlighted part there. If you can go back.
Okay, perfect. Jacob Mason. I did not understand him to
No, not that
include
one.
all.
Yes, the previous one. I think it's the previous
Huh?
one. Yeah, where it says did not see any.
Did not see any kissing, but presumed there was. It was part of their faith, part of our faith.
So basically, this guy Ios Osborne, he is
Okay.
part of these Millerites, crazy Millerites, and even he affirms that this kissing practice is part of their faith.
Mm. Yeah, kissing, hugging, and go
Correct. Yeah.
randomly going into the bedrooms and coming out with random people. Uh,
Yeah, between the legs.
ro-
Yeah.
sitting between the legs, rolling on the floor. Shouting at the
Yeah,
top
it's
of their
normal,
voice.
right? Yeah.
It's normal. It's part of their faith. Part of their
Yeah.
faith.
People will start appreciating their Pentecostal churches after this video, I'm sure.
Yes. I mean, yeah, that's a good point. I was like, I'd rather stay in this Pentecostal church. Okay, Jacob Mason, nothing much. Joel Daw,
Uh, I think yes, because I just stopped highlighting at certain point because they were all like so convincing. And if you want to read that one,
The
you decide.
examine, right? The cross examine, right? So the cross
Yeah, you
examine.
can read the cross examination. Yeah.
So Joel Doe says that when she kissed me, she said there was a light ahead. We believe her. Miss Baker's vision was genuine, right? We believe Miss Harmon's genuine. Was our understanding their visions were from God. Miss Harmon told five visions Saturday night. I did not tell any person yesterday. It was necessary to have anyone in the room with her to bring out her trances. I did engage counsel in this case to defend the prisoner, right? So wow, it's like, when she kissed me, there was a light, and there's all visions exchange that's going on
Yeah,
between
this is Jim
Baker
Jones
and
type of stuff. Yeah, they are hallucinating that is from God. Yeah.
Right, right. Yeah. Again, I did not understand him. He preaches
Mm.
louder and all those things. Yeah. Okay,
Just
this is
if
from
you can go back the John Doerr
okay,
below,
John
very
Donne.
low.
Any
I think
specific
this is
part
also
that
important. Yeah.
okay, okay. A firm reside in Joel says that Elder Damon said there was a bad characters in the church. I did not understand him to say at all. He preaches louder than most people, no more noisy than common preachers of this faith. The vision woman, referring to Sister White, would lay looking up when she come out of a trance. She would point to someone and tell them their cases. Wow.
Yeah, stop here. Yeah, the John H. Doerr below.
Yes.
Yeah, they have
Okay.
similar names. So yeah, sorry.
When she said it was from the Lord, she told a number of visions that evening. Brother Gallison's daughter wanted to see her mother before she was baptized, but finally concluded to be baptized without seeing her. Sister Baker got up from the floor, went to Lambert to talk with him. I saw no more of her until I heard a noise in the bedroom.
Yeah, yeah, stop
They,
here. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, John H. Doerr, the last
yes.
one below the cross
Oh,
examined.
John.
Yeah, read
Okay,
that
my
one.
apologies. Okay, my
No
apologies. John
problem.
H. Doe, sworn statement. I was not at meeting Saturday evening. I belong to the society. I have seen nothing out of character in anyone. Don't consider Elder Damon a bad man. He's a man I highly esteem. My daughter was baptized Saturday evening. She has been baptized before. I have seen both men and women crawl across the floor on their hands and knees.
So basically, I broke this guy in order to show that even after all this crazy stuff, Damon actually is a guy who repented later, and I don't want to vilify him. Yeah, he's a guy who actually repented of all these things, and
Right.
I'm supposed to be fair to the evidence and actually say that some people who attended the meeting, they were Millerites. They agreed to the crazy stuff, but they didn't try to vilify him and so on. I am supposed to also say the testimonies of these people. Yeah, but notice
Correct.
none of them argued that God did a miracle to hold the police for 40 minutes. Nobody's saying
Right.
this.
Yes.
Even the
So
opposition is agreeing with the police sheriff so far.
right, right. So just like in an overall sense is that the testimony of the whole thing is what has happened in the event is that the police tried to catch, get hold of Damon. They could not move him, but the actual story doesn't relate in that way. It was a chaotic things happening in this event, and the consistency among this testimonies is that this kind of behavior, unruly, chaotic. I would say, in a sense, cringe, crazy behaviors that's happening, and
Yeah.
visions, and people going into the bedroom. I mean, this what's happening.
Yeah.
Okay, Woodbury.
Let me. Just bring the previous one for a while. Let me see. I believe the word. Yeah, read this one. Only the highlighted part.
Okay, this is from George Woodbury, a sworn statement. I'm a believer in the Advent doctrine. I've attended every one of meetings in Atkinson. I believe the world will come to an end within 2 months. Prisoner preaches so. The prisoner is Damon, saying that the world is going to come to the end in 2 months. I
Just
believe
also
this.
read the previous sentence. I think it's important.
Okay, the elders baptized. I believe in Miss Harmon's vision because she told my wife's feelings correctly. It is my impression that prisoner kissed my wife. No way.
Anyways.
I believe the world will come to an end within 2 months. Prisoner preaches so. I believe this is the fate of the band. It was said, I believe, that Sister Harmon and Baker's revelation, as much they came from God. Um, Sister Harmon said to my wife and the girls, if they do not do as she said, they would go to hell. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, and the
Elder
last
Damon,
sentence?
sorry? Oh,
The
the
last
last sentence,
sentence.
right? Yeah, the last sentence. Elder Damon advises us not to work because that is enough to live on until the end of the world.
Yeah, so notice here when he's referencing the end of the world, I would argue that this was, as he says, it was the common fate of the band. This would
Yes,
include Ellen White as well. Yeah.
right,
But
right.
notice she's
And
already having visions. She's already having visions from God. That is important to
yes,
note.
at this point there she's already having vision, and she's part of this group, right? And this
Yeah.
back and forth
Yeah.
revelations, and if you don't get baptized, you will go to hell. Stop,
Correct.
quit all your work. We have everything. The world is going to come to an end soon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm, here, I'm not sure. Let's see if there is something special here.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Yeah. Yeah. Read. Just go back
How
there.
about,
Just give me a second. Yeah.
yeah,
Let's see.
Gallison?
Uh, witness, same thing, laying on the four trances. I'm trying to see who is the guy who adds the different details that we haven't already read. Let's see.
um Thomas
Well,
Proctor,
here
he said,
Joseph Knight says that it is a common report in Garwand that Israel Dammon is disturber of the peace. That is a
mm,
common report in the town.
yes.
Uh,
And Clark said
mhm.
that the whole character of the meeting was demoralizing.
Yeah. Yeah. uh,
Demoralizing. Basically
yeah. Thomas
chaotic.
says only believers were allowed. Nobody else was allowed.
Mm. And he
Yeah.
says also, I was at one meeting as to divine worship, there was none. There's nothing divine about this. People going into the
Correct.
bedroom,
Yeah.
sitting in between legs. There's nothing divine about this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here I think it's
John
the
Gallison
same.
saying, I've seen some people laying on the floor, two or more at a time. I've seen nothing bad in the meetings. Witness would describe the position. Miss Harmon lay on the floor. She was in trance, offered to lay down, show the card if they wish to see. Card waved it. Okay.
So read the cross-examine. Here is something interesting.
I believe in visions. So this is John Gallison cross-examination. I believe in visions. Perfectly understand that. But suppose we are not before an ecclesiastical council. Elder Damon does not believe as he used to. Witness read from the Bible. We do not, we, oh, sorry, we do wash each other's feet, do creep on the floor very decently. I, I think he has baptized about 11. Like, I don't know what is creeping with on the floor decently. I think he has baptized about 11, but can't say certain how many. I have the privilege of knowing how they behave as well as anyone else. I have no doubt Sister Harmon's visions were from God. She told my daughter so. I was in favor of my daughter being baptized. I could not see ahead to see the devil's rabble coming, but since they have come, I am certain we did just right.
Yeah, notice that Ellen White here is kind of operating like a, how do you call it? Psychic or a clairvoyant. Oh, I guess your feelings. Yeah, you are feeling right, you are feeling wrong, and so on, and giving visions to people whether they are lost or saved. I mean, it's crazy.
Right, based on the feelings, right? Exactly. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think there was
uh,
another testimony where some guy said that she guessed my wife's feelings correctly. I think that
yeah.
was the language. But it's kind of, yeah, ridiculous reasoning. I
Oh,
mean, even
I,
here it says that Israel Dammon, he changed.
uh,
He wasn't like that, let's say, several months ago. I mean, he changed. And I would argue that Helen White is the one brainwashing this guy. Yeah, which he's going to tell us later, but let's save that. So that is
eh,
why I argue that Seventh-day Adventism is dangerous because it's able to brainwash your entire brain, yeah, your entire
mm,
worldview, the way that you think. And some people don't even care that such a person that we're seeing right
mm.
now is promoted there. How can you
Right.
promote this ridiculousness? It's
This is
insane.
what we call. this is what we as what we see in the modern movements as well, right? Even in
Yeah.
the so-called genuine Christian circle as well, is what we would describe as existential philosophy, relativism, very relational. Nothing like objectively true
Mm.
is really not the ground of your faith. It's very
Mm.
relational, like what I feel, sort of thing.
Now you see why the guy who found the newspaper said that he was shaken by what he read. Yeah, these are the things
Yeah.
that he read in the newspaper. Yeah, it's undefensible. I mean, that's why you won't see SDA scholars even try to engage with this material.
Right, right. Okay,
I mean, it's
so
irrefutable. I'm not even sure how Kevin Morgan can escape these things. I mean, it's ridiculous. I think that he tried actually. He tried. Once I asked him, how do you explain these things? He said, the police officer was so embarrassed that he couldn't arrest Israel Dammon, and that is why he made these things up. Yeah, that was
yeah,
his response.
e- exactly. So like the multiple witnesses is just throw them under the bus. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I've like
that's what
one
they're
single
forced to say, that everybody's a liar. Everybody, every single one. Even we
everyone is
have
lie only
multiple corroboration here under oath in
on.
court. This is
Oh,
not in the playground; it's in court.
exactly.
How more official
That's a
do you
good
need this
one.
to get here? This is not a conspiracy. Wake up, yeah, guys. I mean, come on.
Yeah, first of all, it's a publicly recorded, like it's published,
Yeah,
and these who attended this meeting, consistency of the report, the the behavior that's being described, the activities that's being described is consistent, and these
yeah.
people
Let me
gave
just
this
address
testimony.
something.
Sworn
Yeah.
statement.
I'm seeing
Okay, so you
a guy called Hagios Mindset. I think he was an Adventist, he or she, I'm not sure. Basically, some of the people in this meeting, they were Adventists. They were early Millerites. I mean, I'm not
right,
citing critics. I am citing your own people. Your own people.
correct,
I
exactly,
did the same thing with the amalgamation. I only
right,
cite your sources. I don't care what the critics say. I do believe
right.
them, but I don't use them. I use only your people.
So Hagios mindset is saying your soul needs to be recalled that it was let me put that
Yeah, Hagios, I
that
agree with you. Yeah, Israel Dammon
yeah,
was on trial, but Ellen White, according to the stories, was sitting next to him. Absolutely next to
exactly.
him. She's receiving visions from people about other people. She's hearing him say that every single one is an abomination, that they are false church. I mean, all these things, it's happening
and
before her eyes.
and who is being called as the imitation of Christ, right?
Yeah,
And who's receiving this vision, like she's also called the visionist, right? And today whose vision is actually
yeah.
being
Also,
being
Hagios,
go ahead.
Hagios, Hagios, you say that there is no evidence that James White, Ellen White, or the other were even there. Ellen White herself says that she was there. In spiritual
Yeah,
gifts, too, she says that she was there. She
yeah,
even gives you signatures of people that saw her there. This is
but
undisputable.
yeah, we don't
I
want
think
to.
that you need to read the story carefully after the stream. Read the
Yes.
newspaper itself. Read her statements. She was there. That is not even disputable.
So we have about six more slides, and then we'll just go back. I mean, no one
Yeah.
is disputing she was not in the trial. We're talking about Israel
Um,
Daman in
um, um,
relations to the meeting.
Basically, Ellen White was not in the trial. Actually, yeah, that is true. She was
Yes,
in the house, but she wasn't
in the
in the
house.
trial. Yeah.
She was. Nobody's claiming that she was in the trial,
Mhm.
but she was present in these meetings, and she herself quoted that she was in this meeting
Yeah,
where
Hagios,
Damon was involved.
if you give me the quote, I will tell you what is happening. But I maybe you joined later, but I showed the sources, and from Ellen White's own book, Spiritual Gifts, she says that she was there. She says
Yeah,
that she was there. Yeah.
we will go back. We will go back to that
Yeah.
her
Later we will go
account as
back
well.
here. No
Exactly.
problem. Yeah.
So this, yeah, yeah. Just
Yeah.
saying
Let's
that.
continue.
So
Yeah.
Damon's testimony, right? So this is
Can
Damon
you just
again.
go back? Let's see what we missed. If there is something that we need to back. Let's see. Let's see. Back. Yeah, we read that one. Okay, move on. Stop here. Let's see. Call for the defense. Preach. Yeah, you can read this one.
Okay.
No. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
um Okay, Joel Doe, right? So I think this is we are slowly progressing to the idea of getting what is the shut door theology that's happening here.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
we have a few more quotes here. No problem.
yeah. Doe Jr. called for the defense. I have heard Brother Damon preach that the day of grace was over with sinners. Respondent said, "That is my belief." M. Dorr said that Wood was dressed in light pants and dark jacket. Called the
Yeah,
Wood.
that about the guy from the room. Yeah, that is James White.
Oh,
Yeah. Anyways,
okay.
yeah, try to
Burnham,
organize a
Burn,
little bit.
yeah, Burnham. It was appointed for the lady to tell her visions. So this is what's happening here. It was appointed for the lady to tell her visions.
Basically,
Is this
now here
Baker?
let's make a separation. Ellen White wasn't the only one with the visions. Sister Baker also supposedly had
Baker.
visions. This text is about her. Yeah,
Yes, this is talking about
she was
Baker.
also kind
Yes.
of crazy.
Okay. Do you want to go
And can
go
you just
through
go
this?
back the last one? I think the last. Let's see, Holocaust survivor. Yeah, the right here took. Yeah, go on. Yeah, sorry. Let's
How
see
about
here.
this?
Uh, his character was always good until within about 6 weeks. Yes, this is about Israel Dammon. He
Yeah,
changed. I
Damon is.
mean,
Yeah, Damon says that God's coming and God is coming. So basically,
mhm.
in the end of the world, sell all your stuff, attend this meeting, but only if you're a believer of my doctrine, according to Damon. You
Yeah,
know,
Ebenezer Trundy says, God's coming, God's coming. Yeah, this is something that supposedly Israel Dammon was preaching.
correct, correct.
Mhm.
Okay, you want to go through his testimony?
Yeah, let's make a recap here. We heard multiple witnesses expose the charismatic surrounding in that house.
Hmm.
Now we are going to see Damon on trial when he was asked about his views of these things.
Right. Okay, got it. So this is Israel Damon's testimony. Um, Again, rose for further defense. God indulged him to speak. He read 126th Psalm and the 50th Psalm. He argued that the day of grace had gone by, that the believers were reduced, and there was too many yet, and that the end of the world would come within a week. The court, after consultation, sentenced the prisoner to the House of Correction for the space of 10 days. From this judgment, the respondent appealed. Tuesday morning, the prisoner, having taken his seat, rose just as the court came in, shouted glory to the strength of his lungs. Tuesday afternoon, after the court came in, were waiting for the counsel. Prisoner and his witnesses asked permission and sung as follow.
Yeah, now let's stop here. So this is Israel, probably a recollection of his testimony or so.
Mm.
You can see that at this point, Israel is believing the core essentials of the Millerite faith. I mean, he's a radical believer of these things. He's a friend of Ellen White up to this point.
Hmm.
And so there is no disagreement between him and Ellen White on these doctrines. I mean, I would argue that he's learning these doctrines from her. From her. I would say
Right,
that she's
right.
the originator of some of the things. You can say that Miller introduced the shut door, but we are going to also see how Ellen White relates to this. But all this fanaticism was
Hmm.
allowed by Ellen White. I would argue
Right.
that she participated probably in all of these things. She definitely condemned people. And yeah, and if you can go back to the first picture so people can get those that are joining the illustration where it's on the very first slide. Yeah, you can see it in white. And can you show also Israel Dammon? This is the guy who is like kneeling and kissing that woman. That is Israel Dammon. Yeah. Notice
Just
that
this
they are standing.
number seven is my apologies. Number
Yeah.
7 is Israel Damon, 5 is
And
Ellen
number
White.
five,
Now,
yeah. Number five is white, yeah. You can see that he's next to her. There is no way that she doesn't know what is happening here. No way.
no,
She's
much
tolerating this. How can a
much
prophet of God tolerate this?
much more
How?
than that, she herself wrote her account of this event.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And
it's
actually,
just
you can go to the site where we read this so people can just see it. So,
yeah, yeah.
uh,
Uh,
yeah.
okay, let's go to the
Just first go to the sources, the site with the sources, so I can show where. Yeah, the next one. Yeah, here for those the Adventists who don't know the story, you can read this story from all these sources. Whether you take Bruce Weaver or Kevin Burton, you can get the
mhm.
entire newspaper, all the quotes that I have used. You can read the whole thing there. Yeah.
Yeah, just
So
to
it's
reiterate
absolutely peaceful.
for those who join a bit later, right? March 7, 1845, Piscaticus, Farmer, March 7, 1845, original newspaper from Main town. And then you have Bruce Weaver, who finds this, and then now Kevin Burton, takes this and tries to harmonize this.
Yeah, just let me also make a quick note. Bruce Weaver and Kevin Burton, those are Adventists, but Bruce Weaver later left. He left after reading the newspaper, after going through all these things, after presenting his information to the SDA General Conference or whoever was in charge of this. And he was very disappointed with how Adventists responded to this because they were not honest. They tried to shut him down, but he
Yeah.
eventually left. Yeah.
So I think we have got a couple of questions. I think later we will address this. I'm just gonna
Mhm.
start this, and then
Also, there was something that I wanted to say. Yeah, so recall the story of Moses. The equivalent would be this: you have the Israelite doing the golden calf. Moses is
mm,
seeing this, and God is like, fine, okay, next to them.
mm,
That is what is the counterpart to this story. That's what you have to
mm,
say if you want to make the comparison. Yeah, this is not possible. Not possible.
mm. Correct. I totally
God
get
cannot
you.
approve of these things. That is false. If you
Correct.
cannot see this, I mean, yeah.
If Yeah, it's totally insane. So let me go to this, and okay, 27. I suggest that because we're 1 hour 30 marks, we suggest there's I think about 6 more slides too, and then we will
Yeah,
go
this
to the
is
shutdown
very.
church.
Yeah. Uh, so yeah, now here we have Israel testimony 20 years later, where he repents of the things that we just read. Yeah, so you can read this
Okay,
full.
so the things that happened, just for the context, this is Israel's Damon's testimony after the event that he was involved and all the
Yeah,
things, all the
20 years after the event or so, and I'm not sure how. I need to calculate how much, but around it's around there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. So we were formally acquainted Mr. and Mrs. White for a time, had confidence in her visions, but for a good many years have had none at all. When we saw that they conflicted with one another, we renounced them altogether, betook ourselves to the word of the Lord. This is crazy stuff. It's been some 20 years more since we have associated with Mrs. White, but we remember very first perfectly that her first vision was told both by herself and others, especially by Mrs. White, in connection with the preaching of the shut door, and went to substantiate the same. While under that influence, preaching the vision, in vision saw N.G. Reed and I. Dammon, Israel Dammon, in the kingdom in an immortal state and crowned. After that, she saw them finally lost. How could both be true? I think one was just as true as the other, and God never told her any such thing. Go ahead, explain about this.
So basically, here we have the testimony of Damon, who is clearly repenting from his connection with Ellen White. He's saying that her original visions used to substantiate the shut door doctrine. But what is
Mm,
the shut door doctrine? If you ask modern day Adventists, they're going to tell you that the shut door wasn't the shut door of the Millerites back then. But we
mm,
know that the first vision is happening way before the incident of the Israel Dammon house, which means that the
right.
shut door back then that Ellen White held, that all the Millerites held, is that the probation of the world has closed, and no people could be saved after this. Now, some can try to make some exceptions for those who were like hearing the Advent message back then. That's why they try to preach to the people in the house. They try to convert them to this message. But in general, probation for the world has closed, and people
Yes.
cannot be saved. In general, that is
So
what Ellen
basically,
White believed. Yeah.
the door has been shut, and those who were in the particular community, only them is going to be saved.
More or less, yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
And I have even presented timelines so we can give the actual chronology of these things. But let's first summarize the information from the trials and the witnesses.
So summary from the trial. Okay, Hagios, if you're watching, this is the summary of the trial, right? So in this is in relation to the event where Ellen White herself was present in these activities, particularly where Damon was caught on that particular day. The shut door, mandatory rebaptism, if not, you will go to hell. The holy kiss, the holy love, mixed foot washing, and they considered other denominations to be evil and corrupt. I think you also missed one thing, NL, which is
Yeah.
random people kissing each other's wives as well. Like Damon was kissing someone else's wife.
This is a subcategory of the so-called Holy Kiss doctrine. Yeah, that's
Okay,
why. Yeah,
and people, women on the bed, sitting in between the legs,
yeah.
and all this kind
So
of things was
basically, some
happening in
of the
this kind
arguments
of.
that those Millerites gave for the Holy Kiss, they argue that since the Holy Kiss is found in Scripture, there are like 2, 3 verses about this. Nowhere in Scripture does it say that the Holy Kiss means that women must lay between the legs of men. That is stupid. That is absolutely
Exactly.
ridiculous.
Ridiculous, ridiculous.
Yeah,
And
so Hagios in the chat is saying that Ellen White supposedly went there to confront fanaticism of the Millerites because they experienced the great disappointment. How is she confronting this? How? By seeing
exactly.
people, men lay between the legs of other people. I mean, it's ridiculous. She
Right,
didn't
right.
correct any. Do you understand that she didn't correct anybody back then? Anybody. In fact, she condemned people. She told people their destinies, whether they will go to hell or heaven, and that they
Hmm.
have to be rebaptized. All these things. She heard
Rebaptized.
Damon say that God is going to come back in 2 weeks and stood there and did nothing.
Yeah, exactly. So she was condoning. She was basically pushing this movement much more aggressively.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she absolutely did these things. Yeah, it's irrefutable. Yeah.
Okay, so this is Ellen White's own words, right?
Yeah, and we need to
Uh,
pay attention here. Yeah.
Selected Messages, Book 1, page 63. She said, "For a time after the disappointment, this is the great disappointment in 1844, I did hold, in common with the Advent body." So this is the Millerites movement time, right?
Hmm.
That the door of mercy was then forever closed to the world. This is the shut door. This
Yeah.
position was taken before my first vision was given me. It was the light given me of God that corrected our error, enabled us to see the true position,
Yeah. Stop here.
right?
She's saying that she did believe that the door of mercy was shut for the world, but she claims that this was taken before her first vision. But we
Mm,
read that she was already having visions during the incident in Atkins. She was already hearing God. She already had visions about these things. And she heard Damon preach that the door of mercy was shut.
hmm.
So somebody's
Right,
lying. Yeah.
correct. Let
Yeah.
me read the next quote. Letter to 1874, quoted in Testimony of Jesus, page 109. With my brethren and sisters, after the time passed in 44, I did believe no more sinners would be converted. Interesting. I never had a vision that no more sinners would be converted. And I'm clear, free to state, no one has ever heard me or has read from my pen statement which will justify in the charges they have made against me upon this point. Wow. So,
Many people heard her supposedly. Israel Dammon says that her first 2 visions, at least the first one, was teaching the shadow.
mm, exactly. But she's saying it's a commonly held belief, right?
Yeah, because people, I mean, there is some kind of logic to this. Basically, because Miller prophesied the second coming of Christ, even we believe
Mm,
that when Christ comes back, you cannot repent later. I mean, it's normal
right,
because he's
right.
going to judge
Basically, doors are
everybody.
being closed.
The
Yes.
problem was that they believed this was going to happen very soon. That is where
Hmm.
the problem is. That's what Ellen White believed. And then tried to
Hmm.
modify the doctrine to mean about the heavenly sanctuary. That is
And
the
then
issue.
she seems to have she's now contradicting herself. Like I think
Correct.
I
Yeah,
have
she cannot. She just couldn't harmonize her statements because she was truly believing that Christ would come back. But maybe people didn't catch it on time because the internet wasn't a thing, and you cannot trace all her writings here. That's why probably people got deluded. But I have prepared testimonies from people that are going to harmonize this as well for us, and you can read
okay.
the final
So
one.
selected messages, book 1, page 74. I never have stated or written that the world was doomed or damned. I never have, under any circumstances, used this language to anyone, however sinful. I've ever had messages reproof of those who use these harsh expressions.
Well, I would say that this is false, and we're going
Yeah.
to we can mention this later. So here I'm giving you a timeline of events, so everybody can get the right chronology of Ellen
Mm,
White's visions, the events in Atkinson, and basically to trace that her words are a lie. I mean, she did have vision, supposedly had visions about the Shador. It's not like when she says, "I believe this," but before the visions. No, you believe this after the visions. In fact, those visions serve to prove this doctrine. Yeah.
Right,
Now
exactly. So the
we can
basis
see
of shutdown theology is the vision which happened in all this activity.
the vision, the original short doctrine came from Miller because he's claiming that Christ is coming on that day. But
Mm.
she's saying that he's still going to come. Yeah, the door is still
Mm.
shut when he comes. She
Okay.
just believes
Okay.
it's going to happen soon. Yeah. So
Okay.
here we
Got it.
see, yeah, 1844. This is the great disappointment. We start from there. Here, Ellen
Okay.
White claims that she believed this doctrine prior to her first vision. Her first
Okay.
vision is in December, 44 December. This is her
Okay.
first vision. Later,
Okay.
if we have time, we can go to read her visions and what she's claiming. But anyways, let's say that for now, this is her first vision. In
Okay.
mid-February 1845, this is Ellen White's second vision. So notice,
Mm.
she's already having two visions from God.
Okay.
Then we have the incident in Atkinson on
Okay.
15th of February. She's she was hurt by Israel Dammon and so forth. I mean, these guys still believe the Shador. After two visions, they still believe the Shador.
Mm.
Yeah. And
Interesting.
the letter to base is a letter which also proves the Shador, where she
Mm.
explains the second vision there. Yeah, to a guy called Joseph Bates.
Right.
And now we can read the statement by Bert Hawowiak. This is an Adventist scholar again.
Okay.
Read the whole thing.
Okay. Sure. So this is from Bet Haloviak, Practical Theology, Ellen Harmon White, American Prophet, right? Ellen White's visionary experiences validated the community's understanding of shut-door theology. One, on at least 7 occasions, she invoked visions endorsing the shut door. In 1850, she was instructed during a vision to urge her husband to publish the shut door statements that Millerite Adventist leaders had made in 1844. Given the pre disappointment theological perspective of that time, these statements exhibit the most extreme interpretations of shut door theology. In addition, in 1850, Ellen White received a vision about the Adventist preacher Joseph Baker, a former member of the Christian Connection. I saw that Brother Baker must not sink down, that God had a work for him to do, not to feed the dogs, but the starving sheep. Feed the sheep, and my accompanying angel. It was melting, weeping time when I related the vision.
So Bert, who is an Adventist scholar, by the way, he's saying that all these visions of Ellen White are supporting the shut door up to 1850. Yeah, from
Right,
44 to 50, Ellen White continued to believe that probation has closed. Some try to modify this statement, some try to harmonize her works, some try to say that the door of mercy was only shut to certain groups of people. But
right.
I have clearly supposedly shown you that during the Atkinson event, she's teaching that the world is ending soon and that probation is closed and that people need to be baptized immediately because they're going to be lost as well.
Mm,
And all this is
okay.
happening after her visions. After her visions.
After,
Yeah.
yes, yes, correct. After vision.
Yeah. And now these
Okay,
are contemporary accounts of people that knew Ellen White, that heard her, and we can read them.
okay. So these are the contemporary. John
Yeah, these are
Cook.
important. Yeah, you need to read this. Yeah.
Yeah, John Cook on 5 April 1845 that some Millerites were confirmed in the belief that the appointed time was the fourth day of April on account of the visions of a girl. I'm assuming this is referring to Ellen White. In
Correct. Yeah.
these in these exercises, she wrote with her finger on her hand April 4th, 1845, then counted over her fingers each one for a day of the time of a vision, so called to the 4th of April. Cook de Boer, Morning Star, 16 April 1845. Mrs. Burdick
Yeah,
was very
she's
specific.
making up dates about the return of Christ. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Correct me if I'm wrong. Counted over her fingers, each one for a day. Is that how she's setting the date?
Yeah, she's trying to be probably original prophet. I don't know, something like Daniel, magical handwriting on the wall. I don't know. She's trying to be original.
Right, right. So I think we are. By the way, just to let you know, I think there are some SDA critics already.
They
Um,
are they are welcome to join later, no problem.
yeah,
Any
getting
question?
heated already. Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
sure.
Yeah.
We will open the panel shortly. Miss Birdie
Hmm.
was very specific in a personal memory of Ellen Harmon's setting. At one time, she saw that the Lord would come the second time in June 1845. The prophecy was discussed in all the churches in a little shut door paper published in Portland. Me, during the summer after June passed, I heard a friend asked her how she accounted for the vision. She replied that they told her in the language of Canaan. She did not understand the language. It was the next September that the Lord was coming, the second growth of grass instead of the first one in June. Birdie Crisis, 1 July 1840,
Keeps
1874.
making stuff up. Yeah, keeps making dates. There you go.
Mrs. Birdie's statement was published in July 1, 1874, the issue of World's Crisis. 2 months later, Ellen White privately denied all Mrs. Birdie's claim, and there were several, except a statement regarding the time setting.
Except
White
her
to
statement for the time settings. So she's not denying that she made time settings.
the Yes, exactly. So she's probably contradicting the account, but she did not deny that she was setting the time frame, right, for the particular coming. At an early
Hmm.
morning meeting in Battle Creek in late May 1856, Mrs. White stated, I was shown the company present at the conference, said the angel, some food for worms, some subjects of the seven last plagues. Some will be alive and remain upon the earth to be translated at the coming of Jesus. Solemn words were these spoken by the angel.
Yeah, and the source probably didn't quote it properly, but this is a very popular one that even every Adventist is aware. Yeah, I have used this many times. Basically, she went to the general conference and told the people there that some will be for worms, some will see the coming of Christ. This didn't happen
Okay.
because they all died. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. I guess we are on the at the last slide. Yes, correct.
Hmm.
Yeah, my apologies. Give me a second. Okay. More contemporaries. About the first vision she had were at my house in Portland. She said God had told her in a vision that the door of mercy had closed and there was no more chance for the world. She would tell who had got spots on their garments. Those spots were got on by questioning her visions whether they of the Lord or not. The True Sabbath by Miles Grant, page 70. So if you question her, you'll have a spot on your garment. And and
Yeah, that
and
is what Israel also said. She supposedly saw him in heaven. When he disagreed, she saw him in hell. Yeah, and many
Mrs.
people were
Lucid,
like that. Yeah,
yeah,
the
exactly.
moment you
Wow.
disagree with Ellen White, she receives a word from God about you. Yeah, that is negative.
Wow, this is some seventh century stuff here. You can see the parallel. If you
Yeah,
disagree,
you can see the
uh,
sword. Yeah, in her in her head. Yeah.
sword to you, spiritual sword. Mrs. Lucinda S. Birding met Ellen Harmon several times at her uncle's house in South Wyndham, Maine. Mrs. Birding recalled that during one of the Miss Harmon's vision, her position upon the ground seemed so uncomfortable that I placed her head in my lap, supported her thus throughout the event. I'm not going to imagine how this position is going to be. Anyway,
What was it about? Was this about the Atkinson
uh,
trial?
LNG Armin, yes.
Her uncle's house in South. I don't know. I think that this is a reference to the Israel Dammon case, yeah, where she would lay upon the floor, somebody is holding her head, she would rise up to give visions to people. I think this is in reference to the same events.
Okay, so let me read the one that is highlighted, right? This is by an examination of Mrs. Ellen White's vision by Miles Grant, Boston, published by the Advent Christian Publication Society in 1877. I was often in meeting with Ellen G. Harmon and James White in 1844 and 45. Several
I
times
think you
caught
missed
her.
one. You missed one. You missed the previous one.
Oh, okay. You want me to read that as well? Okay. Ellen said God had shown her in vision that Jesus Christ arose on the 10th day of the seventh month. More crazy stuff. 1844, and shut the door of mercy. had left forever the mediatorial throne, and the whole world was doomed and lost, and there could never be another sinner saved. I have been told that they deny on this West Coast that she ever saw the door of mercy closed, but there are thousands of living witnesses who know that the blacker lie could not be invented, and I am one of the number. The Advent Review and Sabbath Herald, October 12, 1850. This is damning. Explain to us what it is.
Basically, he is saying that there are thousands of witnesses who saw or heard Ellen White directly say that the shut door is a reality. It is actually mean that nobody else can be saved.
Right, exactly. So it's
Then he is
and
part
he
of those thousands who have heard this personally.
correct. There's no denial. There's no denial that you
Well, the
have.
Adventist Church will try to tell you that all these sources are like offended people that were part of Adventism at one point and decided to leave here. That's what they're going
Yeah,
to say. They have to throw everybody under the bus, like thousands of people, hundreds of people. I don't know. It's crazy.
exactly. Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah,
I
everybody's
that's
lying to you. Yeah, conspiracy.
ev-
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So because you can see the progression in the evolution of this theology and how it is, contributing to the present movement itself. So this is what he's talking about, the shadow theology. Um, okay, let me read that. Okay, so the last quote. I was often in a meeting with Ellen G. Harmon and James White in 1844 and 45. I several times caught her while falling on the floor, to the floor. At times, when she swooned away for a vision, I have heard her relate her visions of these dates. Basically, she's saying dates. Several were published on sheets to the effect all were lost who did not endorse the 44 move. At Christ had left the throne of mercy, all were sealed that would ever be, no others could repent. Again, basically the same thing, I guess.
Yeah, she's taking notes on the people who are supposedly lost.
So those who those who
Yeah.
made it, and those who could not repent, and those who, like, basically, there's no longer a chance for you to repent,
Yeah,
and the Lord.
several were published on sheets. Several. So she has list of people that recorded that are lost.
To the effect that all were lost, did not endorse the 44 move. Wow, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. And I think Miles Grant was the one who says that her first vision was in his house. Yeah.
Interesting. And by the way, this is from published by the Advent Christian Publication Society in 1877.
Yeah. All these sources are official. The Adventist Church is going to tell you just these people are lying. That is their excuse.
Yeah, like my
Why
apologies.
would they
Like
even lie? I mean, most of them were former Adventists. They believe this stuff.
yeah, the hundreds, and I would say again, all the witnesses throughout this generations, they all lie, and only the church and so-called the one person's testimony should be taken as fully true. I don't
Mhm.
know how that works, to be honest. I don't know how that works. In
Yeah,
fact,
this is this.
it should work the otherwise. It should work the otherwise. Multiple witnesses is the one who attest to what is true.
Yeah, maybe it's the Matrix. Yeah, everybody's lying. Everybody has an agenda these days. It's crazy.
So in general, let me go back to the first image, right? And then two things: what happened, and then what's the shutdown theology in overall, and then we will open up a panel
Okay.
for people to come and discuss. Yes.
Yeah, so this is the picture basically illustrating the events that happened in the house of James Ayer, where Israel Dammon hosted a party. I would call it a party or a worship event. And people were acting so crazy that they had to call the police. The police tried to arrest him. They did successfully arrest him. But Ellen White is misrepresenting the story by inventing the claim that God did a miracle there. God never did
Mm,
any miracle there. We have 30, at least 30 to 50 witnesses saying that God never did a miracle there. Nobody's reporting this stuff. She's fabricating signatures of people who supposedly support her story, and those people do not support her story.
Mm.
And yeah, the trial documents say that this meeting was extremely fanatical, extremely charismatic, hyper charismatic. They were
Mm.
preaching crazy stuff, crazy false teachings. The shut door, they were preaching hugging and kissing and laying and crawling on the floor. People kissing people that are not married to each other. I mean, all
Right.
these fanatical events, condemnations of others, of all denominations. They are the worst people in the world. Everybody else here.
Mm.
Basically, extreme statements here, and
Right. And
all these
finally, in
events.
relation, yeah, and finally, in relations to the shadow theology, basically mean um, the time has been set. So, just to recap, who initiated the shadow theology?
The shut-door theology was originally proposed by William Miller by
Mm.
implication because he's arguing that when Christ returns, you cannot repent, the door is shut. And this is kind of biblical. The problem is that Christ didn't return back then, but some people tried to hold to the idea that he is going to come very, very soon. One of these people was Ellen White, and her visions were used to substantiate that this was the case, that he was going to return very soon. Israel Dammon
Mm.
still believed that it's going to happen in 2 weeks, 1 month. Ellen White in other places says so little time remains, we have to prepare in months. I mean, he's going to come soon. Time is almost over. All these kind of statements that
Mm.
supposedly teach that Christ is coming back. And when he comes back, the door is shut for you. You cannot be saved after this.
Mm.
Yeah, this means that from the 19th century onward, the world was doomed. The world was doomed. Yeah,
Right, right. So that's the essence of this whole thing, right?
correct.
Um, Israel Damon's trial in relations to how the visions have been ongoing, and Ellen White was present in this particular event. And obviously, she was a girl, a young woman at this point of time, and how it evolves to this shadow theology, where at one point of time, the Lord closes the door of mercy. People can no longer repent, and only those in the particular movement are actually saved.
Mhm.
So that's what essentially we are talking about today, right? In this thing. So what I'm
Yeah,
going to do,
basically,
right?
the story of
Yeah.
Israel Dammon is used to prove that Ellen
Mhm.
White and the early Millerites kept the idea of the shut door even after her first two visions.
Okay, repeat that again.
The story of Israel Dammon is used to show several things. First, that they were kind of crazy and hyper charismatic crazy, and
Hmm.
to prove that false doctrines like the shut door were still believed by these people.
Right. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to post the link. Maybe Hagios can actually, or anyone who wants to come up and talk about this. I think Dexter is also in the chat. Dexter, maybe you can come in, and some people seem to know about this event as well. I don't know, from what I'm reading, they might be a former Adventist as well. Maybe they can come and shed some light as on
Yeah, if
this.
I have
But
missed something, you are free to bring
yeah,
additional information.
so the link to join is pinned to the chat. You guys can join.
Yeah, there is much more information out there. I just couldn't collect it all. I
No,
mean, it would take me so
you
much time, so much slides. Yeah.
exactly, and also to read the testimony, and to go through extensively. It wouldn't at this, especially people want to read this. We will put this in the description. You can go
Yeah,
through, of course, research by yourself. I think in this kind of platform, uh, reading would be very difficult. So
I
that's why we
agree.
have to highlight the
Yeah.
certain things. Yes.
I just wanted to
So
say that I just wanted you guys to read these things because you can feel what people are thinking with their own mind. I mean, I don't want somebody else to summarize for you their positions. And that's why I wanted to read at least one or two of the witnesses with their full testimony, the way that they
mm,
experience these things. Yeah.
yeah,
I
that's
could have
always
told
very
you that, yeah, 10 people believe that other Adventists were lying on the floor and so on, but it's different when you read it for yourself, when you can see how the person is intentionally trying to relate what actually happened. Yeah.
wait. Is I think is it JP? I'm not sure who's trying to join. JP, if you're trying to join, I'm not sure why I cannot add you.
Try to rejoin, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
Restart.
maybe try to reach. Oh, okay. I can. Smoke is coming. JP, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes,
And
I
I'm
hear
not
you.
sure which topic is worse, the
I,
amalgamation or this one, I mean.
I don't know if this the JP of the JP, or I'm not sure who's this.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, okay. It's not the same JP. My apologies. Not
Yeah,
the same
JP2.
same JP. JP2. Okay. Sorry. Hey. How are you? Good to see you.
Hello, can
Hello.
you
Can
hear
you?
me?
Yeah.
Yes. We can hear you.
Yes. Um, you know, the shut door doctrine can never be recanted by the SDA Church, because to
Mm-hmm.
take out the shut door doctrine, you have to reject a big part of Ellen G. White teachings.
JP, just hang
Mhm.
on one second, one moment. Anel, Dr. Kevin is at the back of the stage. Pastor
He can
Kevin.
also do, no problem, yeah. JP, just to address your comment, I know that there are several variations of the Shador, and I know that some people will probably try to say that it means different things, but it is my understanding. Based, Kevin, your microphone is off, we cannot hear you.
Kevin, your microphone.
Yeah, I was going to say that according to the latest reiteration of the SDA doctrines, if you hear the three angel messages and you reject them, you're lost.
Kevin, we can't hear you.
Yeah, Kevin, we cannot hear you. Yeah, sorry for this.
JP, my apologies. Go ahead. Say your thoughts. It was a good point. It was a good point. Why do you say they cannot reject it?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Um, you know, the shut door doctrine can never be repented by the SDA Church.
Yeah, it cannot be recanted. Yeah, we agree. Yeah.
Door doctrine, you have to reject a big part of Ellen G. White teachings.
Correct. Yeah. That's why
Hang
they're
on.
trying to modify it. Yeah.
And now, Dr. Kevin is at the back of the stage. Pastor
She can
Kevin.
also do, no problem, yeah. JP, just to address your comment, I know that there are several variations of the Shador, and I know that some people will probably
JP,
try to
please.
say that it means different things, but it is my understanding. Based, Kevin, your microphone is off. We cannot hear you.
Kevin, your microphone.
I'm not speaking.
Yeah,
Okay,
I was going
go.
to say that according to the latest
Who is streaming? He's playing a video.
hear the three angel messages and you reject.
Can you hear me?
Okay, is it clear now?
Yeah, I think my
Okay,
apologies.
I'm on now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, JP. Let me add stage to JP. Okay, yeah. If you're running a YouTube at the background,
Yes.
just mute it. Yes.
No,
Yeah, I closed it off. Yeah.
Okay, JP, go ahead. Sorry.
I think the sound should be all right, but there is echo in the streaming.
It's fine now.
Okay. Yeah, but I hear myself. I'm not speaking.
Well, we don't know what is happening. If you want, you can join a little bit later, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe you can exit and rejoin again.
Yeah, we can hear you, but if you cannot hear us, I'm not sure what's the problem.
Okay, go ahead. You guys can interact.
Okay, well, let me begin with the image that you have there, because I have discussed this with Ron Graybill at length. He's a historian that you're well acquainted with. And we would point out that Muth, who drew this design, is attempting to put things into one picture that obviously did not occur at one time. This is not a depiction of any one time at occurring.
That's fine. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Secondly, it's also based on some misunderstandings. For example, as you pointed out, the basis for the Holy Kiss is the New Testament. The Paul and both Paul and Peter talk about greeting one another with the Holy Kiss.
Correct.
And,
Yeah.
and that was the practice of the Holy Kiss in the early Adventist church. The same thing with foot washing. They drew it from the New Testament evidence.
What do you do with the practice of having women between the legs of people?
This was one testimony, but it is not in this meeting. If you read the testimony, the fellow who was describing it was talking about some other meeting. So it was not when Ellen White
Okay,
was there.
was it the same meeting of same Israel Dammon from the same guy?
No, because it was talking about another fellow that they were testifying about at that time. There was a fellow.
Let's go back to the slides. Probably find a reference. I think it's from the same story, and I think there are several testimonies that mention the link between the legs. Try to cross reference in the slides where it says link between.
I'm at a disadvantage right here because I happen to be over here at the church for a church program and my computer is at home. So I cannot give you the references on these things.
No, I'm asking CBM to find it right now in my comments because I cited the entire newspaper.
Okay.
Okay.
And while he's searching, do you have any other objections?
Well, okay. So
Yeah, this is from
beginning with
Harvey.
the illustration, to use it. Okay. Do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay. The illustration itself is not only a caricature, but an aberration. Because if you look carefully, I have compiled all of the details of this and presented it as a summary of all of the evidence, looking back and forth. There's one individual who keeps talking about, well, they called her Imitation of Christ. That's Lowton Lambert. I know who he is. I've traced him down. He has one testimony, and 3 other witnesses said, no, we don't use that terminology. So it was a misrepresentation based on his misunderstanding. Let me add another point to this, and that is the background of those who called for the authorities to come did so because they didn't like the Adventists. It was their form of was not in a church. It was in a home. They didn't like that. It was a Baptist community. The Baptists were against it. If you look into
my apologies. My apologies, Kevin. So you say that you use the word Adventist, but some people disagree that they were not Adventists.
Millerites, you can say early Millerites.
Adventist is equivalent to Millerite at this point. When you think,
I just want clarification because Hagios, there's another guy who said that, oh, these guys are not Adventists. That's
yeah. Well, they believed in the Advent, obviously. Now, the other issue that I don't believe that you have followed through carefully enough, and that is the distinction that was taking place. Remember that this was one movement before October of 1844. Everyone was in the same movement, whether they were of a Baptist background, a Christian Connection background, Methodist background. All of these people, their one central idea was that Christ is coming soon. As soon as October 22 took place, then there was a division among the different groups. You have what we find here is that Ellen Harmon was related to those who still saw significance in October 22. Not the same significance, but still saw significance. So at this point, they're looking for people who still maintain that idea. Now, there's a distinguishing that goes on, that begins to happen even here. Before they went to Atkinson, she had another vision in Exeter, Maine. If you do the chronology, you can see that the Exeter vision was her 3rd vision. Her first vision was of the midnight cry. Her second vision was go and tell others. So that was her second vision. And her third one Well, actually, this may not have even been the third one. The third one was there was another thing. I have a whole chart of this. But just before the Atkinson meeting, she had the heavenly sanctuary vision, and it does not talk about a shut door. The first vision, it does not talk about.
Let me try to tell you what I found. When I googled the chronology, it told me the first vision it was in December 1844. Some say it's January 2045. That's okay, anyways. But it says that the second vision is the one with the heavenly sanctuary, which was later explained to Joseph Bates.
That's not correct.
That's what the sources say. I mean, if you want to.
Well, the sources just has not done the same research that I have done.
Okay, but what would it change anyways? Because you still have in the meeting of Atkinson her seeing Israel Dammon say that God is going to come in 2 weeks.
Okay, she came there. She didn't come there with the purpose of correcting him or not correcting him. As you read, I heard you read it, that the purpose that she came there was to share her vision. That's why she came there. She's a young girl of 17 years of age. You make her look out to be some kind of a matron who could correct everybody there. She could not.
But according to Israel, her first two visions were used to substantiate the shut door.
Okay. If you allow me,
is he lying? What is happening?
I think I'm not going to continue if you're going to keep interrupting.
Okay, CBM, give us some moderated time, 1 minute each. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, I'll do that. I'm just gonna put a timer here.
Maybe 30 seconds is also fine. I don't mind. Anyways, whatever.
30 seconds. Okay, perfect. No worries. Let me do the timer here. 30 seconds, right? Okay, let me do the time. My apologies. I didn't anticipate this. Yeah, 30 seconds. Okay. Okay, who's gonna start first? Go first.
Kevin.
I was
okay, Kevin.
yeah, I was trying
Kevin,
to
you can go ahead. Okay, 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, none of the visions mention the shut door. That is only by implication. Secondly, the first vision, as you were reading, and I noted it in the comments, you were reading that Israel Dammon said that the number needs to diminish. And what Ellen White's first vision said, there would be 144,000 living saints. At its peak, the Millerite movement had 50,000 adherents.
Okay, 30 seconds.
So 50,000 to 144,000 means that it needs to increase more than double. So the first indication is are my 30 seconds up?
No, I'm going to give you another 30 seconds. I think 1 minute is sufficient. Would be better.
Okay, so that first vision gives indication that the door is not closed because only 50,000 at the peak. That means they have to more than double. So there must be more people to come in. So the first vision does not give evidence, does not mention the shut door. The sanctuary vision that was given in Exeter did not mention the shut door. What it did say, though, was that there was a transition in the heavenly sanctuary. And that is the shut door that she taught, that there's a change in the ministry. So,
okay, Kevin.
And I have one more thing, if you can give me 30 more seconds.
Okay, go on.
Okay, that will be 90 seconds. Okay, then NL will have 90 seconds. Okay, go ahead. Another 30 seconds if you want. I just want to be fair. Go ahead.
This is critical to the subject of the shut door.
Okay, 30 seconds, yeah.
There is a division on the shut door that begins to take place in 1845. And it was promoted, and it was championed by the Jubilee Standard. If you'll go to archive.org, you will find the document. I have transcribed entirely the entirety of the Jubilee Standard. Those people believed in a shut door that actually did close. Ellen White's group diversified from that group, and they came to understand the shut door in the sanctuary as being something different.
That's time. Thanks, Kevin. Thank you.
Okay.
NL, go ahead. I'm gonna
I
put
agree that she tried to modify the shut door to be about the heavenly sanctuary and so on, but your chronology is of you have two or three visions supposedly as you argue for. Then you have the meeting in Atkinson, and she's obviously hearing Dammon preach that God is coming soon, very soon. In fact, 2 weeks, next week, whatever the transcript says. And she doesn't correct him. You say she's not there to correct him, but how can she give visions to people and clearly see Israel Dammon saying to people that God is coming soon? Or that they don't have to work anymore because supposedly God is coming soon. This is absolutely impossible to harmonize. If she is bold enough to tell people that they're lost or saved, that she's commanding mandatory baptism or else they will go to hell, how is God not stopping this at this point? It absolutely mind-boggling. Also, when you say that there was division on the shut door, clearly it references Israel Dammon and Sister Dorinda, supposedly, that they believe in a version of the shut door. If you say that this version of the shut door is different, then you have to explain why is Dammon still believing the imminent return of Christ if in the letter it says that there was a division on the shut door. The letter concludes that she was the one that revived the shut door doctrine for them. They almost gave up on this belief, but after her vision, she was the one that revived this belief, obviously. And even if I grant you that the shut door is, let's say, for 144,000 people, that's fine. But still, the world is in a sense closed. Probation is case closed. I mean, you cannot reconcile this, in my opinion. I'm not sure. You're just trying to say that her visions are not clear, but if we go to the first vision, if we go to the letter to Bates, we can clearly show that the type of shut door there is the radical one. Even if she tried to expand the meaning to include more people, she's still not including all of the world as potentially having the opportunity to be saved.
Okay, on that point, I tried to look up the quotation that you said came in the Review and Herald, and all that I found was that it came from Miles, what's his last name?
Grant.
Miles Grant, in his book, The True Sabbath. I did not find it in the Review and Herald. I'm at a disadvantage to be able to look anything up because I don't have my links set up here on the church computer. But as far, so all I'm doing is giving you the evidence that I have traced down to say for a number of the things that you're pointing out are conflations, because you're bringing in stories that are issues that are talked about later with some other people, and as if they took place in Atkinson, and they didn't. So the Atkinson vision. The Atkinson meeting at which Dammon was taken and put in jail was defended by a man, a well-known attorney, who defended it on the basis that we should have freedom of religion. And it was not on the basis of who was lost and whatever. That their form, it was what they objected to was their form of worship. They did not believe in the Holy Kiss. They did not believe in foot washing. Foot washing was not commonly known. So anyway, the evidence that I have shows that it was at the Exeter vision that she was able to have her first view of the sanctuary that was very different. You quoted earlier from Lucinda Burdick, and I have traced her down. I find out how she got to be Burdick. I have her spouse. I traced her down to her first husband, who was in also John Howell, who did not believe in Ellen White. And I've tried to verify any of her statements from anyone, from history, from Ellen Harmon, because she wasn't married then, Ellen Harmon's location, and I cannot verify anything that she says. On the contrary, we have a woman by the name of Marion Stowell, who knew Ellen White from the time they were both young adolescents. And she and J.N. Andrews, who also knew Ellen White from very early on, said that those things were not true. The 1874 statement is not true. So we have Lucinda Burdick on her own in 1874, many years after the fact, claiming that she was acquainted with Ellen White. It's possible that she was, but I have not been able to verify that. And we have witnesses who knew Ellen White early on, who not only contradict Lucinda Burdick, but also provide evidence that Ellen White was working for the salvation of young people. Now, you may say, well, that's a little exception. Okay, if the door is closed, then why work for the conversion of a young person? The door is closed, it's closed.
Time.
So it's obvious that in her thinking, the door was not closed, absolutely. Now, you may say, well, it's only a crack. All right, then trace her experience working with different individuals, and you find the evidence that Ellen White worked for numerous young people and then opened the door to others who joined the group. Were they surprised that they joined the group? Yes, they were, because many did believe that it was closed absolutely and that nobody else was going to join them because everybody had laughed at them. They had rejected it. But as time went on, they saw more and more people. And before 1850 and 1851, they described something they called the time of the gathering versus the time of the scattering. During the scattering time, if you read the newspaper accounts, all they did was make fun of Adventists. There was no time to grow. The church would not grow. But after they obtained the message of the seventh-day Sabbath, and they put it within the context of the heavenly sanctuary, then it began to pick up steadily and to grow. So to say that they were absolutists, we have the evidence that they were not absolutist about the door closing. And we have evidence that they began working with young people and with others so that eventually they saw so you can acknowledge that. But the question is, did the visions facilitate that growth or did they prohibit that growth? And if you look at the evidence, the visions facilitated that growth rather than shutting it off. Dammon did have his own views. In 1845, he was a contributor to the Jubilee Standard, to the periodical that believed that probation had closed. You read over and over again in the Jubilee Standard, remember Lot's wife. They keep telling each other, remembers Lot's wife. Now, why do they tell each other that? Because they all had family who had rejected the message. And they were saying, and they were telling them, well, it's too bad. It's too late. Ignore them. That message was not picked up by James White. That message was not picked up by Ellen White. They did not close the door on others joining the message. They did know that some had rejected the message and would not come back on the pathway. That's true. They never did.
Pastor Kevin, thank you. Thank you so much for the explanation. Yeah, I think if we can address, I understand you are sort of trying to give us the narration of all this progress, right? What's happening in between?
There are several points to
I
make
think
here.
no, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
So first, the issue I have with what you're saying is that some of the progressive revelation that you're citing came after 1850, I would say. And by that time, the Shaddar almost disappeared from the Adventist theology in a sense. And they tried to move on with the heavenly sanctuary and go from there, accepting waiting for the second coming in the future, even to this day. The problem I have is that when you cite the first vision of Ellen White, it was in the house of Miles Grant, according to his testimony. He says that these visions was teaching directly the shut door. You have other people saying the same. You have many people saying the same. You have to argue that every single one of them is a liar. You cannot explain Israel Dammon's position. He directly tells you that the first two visions of Ellen White was teaching the shut door, and he believed them. He was one of the guys who believed these things. Even if I give you Birding and all the all these people that you argue that are not credible, that's fine. You will still have thousands of people. One of the comments from the trial says that the belief of the band of the people was that God was going to come soon. So you're telling me that everybody believed this, but Ellen White magically didn't know this.
That's the conflation right there.
Why would you say it's a conflation?
Conflation means putting two ideas together that don't necessarily go together. Okay.
How
You
doesn't
can-
the return of Christ not conflate, not correspond to the shut door?
Right. The return of Christ does not conflate, does not have to do with the Shadar. We still believe Jesus is coming soon.
And when he comes back soon, probation is over. Nobody can be saved after this.
At that time. Right.
Yeah,
At that time.
but they say that the time, according to the trial documents, is going to come in 2 weeks,
Okay.
2 days, or whatever the transcript says. And this was the common belief of the people back there, including Ellen White. That's what the witnesses are saying.
You know you can't affirm that from Ellen White from anything that they said.
But she's tolerating this. Why is she tolerating this?
Okay, see that again. You are assuming that everything that happened is what she wanted to happen, or that she is allowing it to happen. And
She did allow it to happen, definitely. How is she having visions of people going to hell? Obviously, God is supporting her prophetic ministry back then.
Okay.
And asking for people to
If
be
you read the
baptized.
testimony, pardon? If you read the testimony, which you did read, what was Ellen White doing during the course of this meeting?
Trying to promote herself, obviously, yeah. Sharing the visions of God about people.
Okay.
Yeah, she was receiving visions, right?
Even in the illustration, what does it show her doing?
Laying on the floor and having visions.
Right.
She was back and forth, Kevin, back and forth having visions, and then telling people each individual sort of revelation, and asking them to go and rebaptize. If they don't rebaptize, they'll go to hell. Isn't that authentic vision? And God is speaking to her at that point of time.
Yeah, there's some clarity about whether she even had a vision that night, but she was telling two young girls, and I have identified the two young girls who they were. One was like a second or third cousin of Lowton Lambert. That's why he was there. And the other was related to another Adventist. And yes, she was encouraging them to be baptized. But
Rebaptized. Yeah.
Yeah, rebaptized. Yeah.
Rebaptized.
Yeah,
If not, you will go to hell.
well,
but that theology still stands.
Yeah. Who reported what she said? That's an important thing to understand.
No, but then you yourself verified that she asked to rebaptize.
All the witnesses. What do you mean?
I would affirm that she was encouraging them to be baptized, or rebaptized, either way. But the
not
question,
only encouraging, not encouraging. Encouraging is that you may not. You have to. If not, you're going
He's
to hell.
commanding this, yeah. Or else you will go to hell. It's imperative.
Right. Okay, but I asked you, who was it that gave that testimony?
Well, there are several. I mean, he's not the only one who said it.
It's one person. Lowton
It's not
Lambert.
one person. Several places said that she required baptisms.
The thing about hell, search on the word hell, see if you can find that. Who was the one that said that she said that they would go to hell?
Okay, cross-reference the word hell. Yes, CBM, cross-reference the word hell in all these people. We'll probably find 2 or 3. We already read 2 or 3.
Yes.
I believe you'll find the one that said it is one specific individual.
Okay, tell me this. If Ellen White is saying that you must get rebaptized or else you will go to hell, and Israel Dammon is saying that all the other denominations are from Satan, how isn't this the same message? How are they not preaching together that they need to accept the Millerite Adventist ideas?
Okay, well, that's a good question, and
It's the same story, yeah.
I want you to work on the first thing first before I go further.
Yeah, you're trying to separate Ellen White from Israel Dammon. That is my problem. When most people say that they were the elders at the meeting, they were the main suspects of the meeting. They were the ones leading the whole thing.
If that were the case, then why is it that Ellen White was not under trial? Why she was not arrested?
Because she probably went undercover. So I read a story where she says that supposedly God took her out of the trial. Cheap excuse.
And the one who was being
I think you're making something up on that one. Did you find
respectfully, it? One woman, yes. The one who's being reported of disturbing the peace is Israel Dammon. The police came to catch him, particularly, and and Ellen White gives an account that it seems the police could not overpower him for 40 minutes. But the police is giving an account. The police is giving an account saying that no, it was actually the man and woman trying to overpower and resisting the arrest.
Yeah, who is lying
So
here? Why is she making up the story that God did a miracle there?
Okay,
exactly.
you're assuming. Okay, but he affirms that it took that long to arrest him.
Even if
That's
that's
not
the
the
case,
point.
sure. Why did they make resistance yet Ellen White says that they didn't make resistance?
Right.
According
I
to the story,
don't want to go point by point with every little thing that you do when you jump off of the one question that I was asking you
okay,
about.
point
Hell,
him the
right?
word kill.
Okay.
Okay, point him the word
Okay,
kill, yeah.
fine. Norton Lambert says here, right?
There you go. That's who it is.
Okay. No, hang on a second. And then you have Harvey. Damon would lay that, and then she said that there's another one. Okay, yeah. Say the meeting was to be private. I want to go, and there was another one. Hang on a second. I just saw one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll find it's just Lowton Lambert.
No, I have it here. Just hang on a second. J.W.E. Harvey. Where is this guy? Yeah, here. Why is it here but not?
Dammon said the sinners was going to hell in 2 days. Yeah, that is what Israel Dammon is saying. But first
Exactly.
he
Okay.
says to
Say the
White and
sinners
Dammon
were
were
going to hell
leaders.
in 2 days. Yeah. So the whole theology is being preached. I mean, like the going to hell. If you
Okay,
is being
now notice here. All right, read it again. Who is he speaking about? And because Harvey was not present at the meeting when he was arrested, having attended their meetings 2 days and 4 evenings. First meeting lasted 8 days. Have known Dammon 6 weeks. Dammon, White, and Hall were leaders. Dammon said the sinners were going to hell in 2 days. This is not a testimony about Ellen White.
no,
But
but
why is he mentioning that White is a leader? She was there also.
yes.
Yeah, but that
Now
has nothing to do with.
you're actually splitting hairs. Basically, what we're trying to establish is that did the theology or the understanding that if you don't get in this time frame where the world is going to end, if you don't baptize, or generally people or do not come into this doctrine, they will go to hell or not. Both
I
Ellen White
asked you
says
for a very specific question. I
well, we
asked a very
established the
specific
other ones.
question.
You may
Okay,
try to establish.
I would appreciate it if you would answer the one specific question.
What
and
is
not,
your question exactly?
I said, who testified that
Walton
Ellen
Lambert, yeah, you're saying his niece, uncle. I mean, was it uncle or so? Family guy.
family member of the one that was going to
Sure.
be baptized?
Okay.
All right. So what can we? You have to be careful when you reconstruct history because you can very easily conflate things, and that's what I'm trying to help you not to do.
But it is not solving anything though, because you can hear her okay, why is there a back room that James White supposedly went there for a while, if not to tell people to get baptized? To convict people that they have to get baptized right then.
That's not the point that I'm trying to deal with.
No,
My point
you
is that
want
he supports this rebaptism
I
else they
didn't
are going to
Kevin,
hell.
but that's the whole thing is a
Okay.
distraction. You're coming up with a distraction. We
I
are
am not.
dealing with the event.
I
It
am.
is
I am.
unfortunately.
Okay. I will leave you if you do not allow me.
No, you have taken a lengthy kind of an explanation going into splitting hairs. You are giving us the progression of the whole so-called doctrine and theology, but we are trying to focus on this trial, who was there and what came out of it, and what are the actions and
I
behaviors
am
that's
trying
being
my
committed.
best to try to help you to understand the dynamics of the testimony. That's why I asked you first to find out who said, she said. Okay. If you're going to affirm what it is, you need to know who he is and what his bias is and what he's saying.
Even if you say that he has a bias, it doesn't change much. That's our point.
He was there.
Yes, he was there, and he's a Baptist. So when Baptists talk about things, they talk about things in a certain way. If I talk about things, I don't talk about people going to hell if they're lost. I don't
Isn't
use
that a
that.
presupposition? Because you're bringing a presupposition and you're doing a character assassination just because he's a Baptist. What we are trying to establish is based on the people who were present there, and they're absorbing all these things that's happening in this particular event, and the key figure of your church is there, and you are trying to dismiss because she was 19 years old, she couldn't stop everyone and everything that is happening there, and she's at the same time not affirming, while at the same time she's also receiving revelation and vision from God.
Also, can you go to the other person that you just was it Harvey or where it says that he didn't attend that meeting, he attended previous meetings from previous
Yes.
days, 2 days
Yes.
ago. Now notice he's saying about that meeting that happened earlier, 2 days ago, that even then Dammon said that the world would end soon, yet it didn't happen. And now we have this meeting again. So if Ellen White was present back then, and 2 days have passed and the world didn't end then, why is she allowing this to repeat again, a second time?
Okay, you're asking different questions than I am, because I am trying to help you to look at the very testimony that he gave. What we have defined, what we have shown, is that the only one who pointed to, who declared that Ellen White said if she didn't get baptized, she would go to hell, is one person, Lowton Lambert. Okay, this other testimony, whether Dammon uses that language or not, which, by the way, Dammon was a Baptist, so very, very possibly he could use that language. But the question is whether that is the language of Ellen Harmon. Ellen Harmon, you read her testimony, and she said, I don't use that language. I have never used that kind of language. She had a very seminal experience in her life that she wrote about when she was raised as a Methodist, and she was taught about ever-burning hell. She was told that if you don't, if you're lost, you will go into ever-burning hell. And she suffered greatly because of it, and because she felt like she was lost at that time. Then she heard her mother suggesting, and this is based on another of the Millerites who believed in not ever-burning hell, but destruction of hell. She learned from her mother that probably wasn't true. And she said, well, how would anybody ever be saved if there's not that ever-burning hell? So she had a very seminal movement experience in which she rejected the notion of ever-burning hell, and there is no evidence, early or later, that she ever used hell as the stick to get somebody to be converted. So that's what I'm trying to address in what I'm saying here. That
So let me ask you implicationally, if what you're saying is true, how many people of this trial testified that Ellen White spoke in general about rebaptisms?
That is not the question. And I already granted you. I
would argue that the same theology about hell that she specifically said to that one person would apply to the rest if she is arguing that they have to be rebaptized.
You can argue all you
Kevin,
like.
respectfully, you come in with one point that you want us to see, but you don't want us to see. You don't want to see what we are seeing, like the general public, even the viewers in the chat who are seeing. Think for this, for example, J.W. Harvey said that they have attended the meetings 2 days and 4 evenings. This is someone attending the previous meetings, and Dammon is preaching this kind of doctrine, right? The world is going to end, hell is coming. And then now you have
Jesus is coming.
And okay, the hell. I mean, if sinners were going to go to hell in 2 days, right? The end is going to come, and then fast forward. Ellen White is in the same. Is in the meeting, is in the event where the same figure who teaches this kind of false things, and kind of behaviors is happening. So even one of the viewers is saying that Ellen was there. It lasted days. She could have left. So in overall, I think what people want to understand and establish is that you are saying that she was there, but she did not affirm what is happening. She did not say those words, but she was present, but at the same time, she's not affirming what's happening around. She could have left. The husband is going inside a bedroom, whatever that's happening. People are kissing and all this thing in sitting in between the legs. She is present there, and God is speaking in the midst of it, and she is receiving the vision there. So what's happening with this?
Okay, well, there are a number of things that I just want to correct. She was not married, so it wouldn't be her husband, but she did marry him later. Okay, James White, they talked about who was it that went in the back room. They described the clothing that he was wearing, and it was not the clothing that James White was wearing. So James White did not go in the back room. So just to clarify that point.
Okay.
All right. Secondly, the fact that they are involved with these people, if you look at all of the number of people that they met with in these early days, there were a number of people that they would discover that they were not in agreement with. And so therefore, even though they met with them, looking for people who were still open to understand the disappointment in the way that they understood it, then they were meeting with a number of people. Now, the question is, do you have any evidence as time goes on that they agreed with everything that these people said? And the answer is no, there are a number of things they disagreed with. For example, one of the things that you brought up was that there was mixed washing of feet. Ellen Harmon was adamantly against men washing women's feet. She was adamantly against it. She said there was no basis for it in Scripture, but there was basis for women washing men's feet, as the woman who washed Jesus' feet, and also in the writings of Paul, it talked about some of the women washing men's feet. She didn't see that as a contradiction of Scripture, but she did see that that it would be a problem for men to wash women's feet. And so she was absolutely against that. So here you have, within this group of people, they believe in washing feet. She believes in washing feet, but she cuts off the part that she disagrees with. So unless you are willing to carefully and surgically go through what she did agree with and what she didn't agree with, when you wave the magic wand of condemnation, you are not being careful enough. You are ignoring her own testimony. And I have heard you say that she was lying because she disagrees with such and such. But she has affirmed what she has always affirmed. The only thing is, you believe that other person, you don't believe her. Okay, now, if we go to so what took place in that meeting? What were they there for? What was the kind of meeting that they had? They greeted each other with the holy kiss. They had a form of a worship service that was different than a regular formal church service, because it was a mixture of testimonies, a mixture of singing, a mixture of praying. They didn't have what do you call it? A normal regular service in the same way. It was free form, and the Baptists didn't like it, so they were condemning it. But it was defended on the basis that they had the freedom to be able to have that kind of worship service. Secondly, you said that they were making so much noise. Have you even looked at the map where the house took place in Atkinson? It's like a mile away from other houses. So they'd have to be, like sonic booms to be noisy enough that it was actually keeping somebody from going to sleep. They just didn't like it. They sent people there as spies. We have record of those that attended for that very reason, to find reason to find fault with them. Now,
there were many faults there. Yeah, according to the police, it was absolute chaos.
And also, I just wanted to highlight. Okay, so who is this? Anel. She told them their cases had been made known to her by the Lord, and if they were not baptized that evening, they would go to hell.
Yeah, is this poor singular about the woman only?
So this is Osborne again. This is Osborne, and then we have J.W.E. Harvey also talking about the same theology.
Okay, you found somebody else that says that. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah, Isley or Osborne.
Do you notice also it says in the middle that do not call Sister White imitation of Christ?
Yeah, but in cross-examination, she told them their cases had been made known to her by the Lord, and if they were not baptized that evening, they would go to hell.
I also
believed
remember
her.
the comment where she said she had like 5 visions for each people. Yeah, 5 visions
Right.
at a time.
5 visions. And
Yeah.
yeah,
Where,
and also
where does it say 5 visions?
no. Before we sidetrack to that, this is Ellen White saying, I this is a second, third witness. In second witness, let's second witness. You said only one, Lambert. You didn't want to grant to Harvey. Granting you, Osborne now is saying that Ellen White said that if they were not baptized that evening, they would go to hell. This is Ellen White.
Okay. And again, this may be their way of describing it, and she would have described it differently.
What proof do you have that she described that differently? This is the people who say it as a sworn statement.
Because they are all Baptists. That's the way Baptists talk.
Again, character assassination.
Yeah,
You're
because
making a presumption.
you don't. Well, okay.
So no Baptist can ever
By
speak
the
the
way,
truth. Yeah.
by the way, you were describing the list of the things that happened, like holy kiss. They were praying scriptures, and then loud noise. Why did you miss? I saw Damon kiss Mrs. Mrs. Osborne, someone else's wife. Damon is kissing, and Ellen White is there.
It doesn't say kissing; it said kissed. So what that is pointing out.
Oh, and guess what? Guess what? Okay, Downs.
Later
This is
on,
Jeremiah
if you-
Downs, right?
Okay.
And think
All
about
right.
this. Her kiss Miss Doll. She said that feels good.
Right,
Miss
and then
Baker
and then
come
there's
out of the
another.
bedroom. Think about this.
There's
Did Miss Baker come out of the bedroom with a man? He had his arm around her. See her go in with a man. Shut the door. He had a short jacket, dark color, light color. Saw her kiss Mr. Doll. She said, that feels good. All this is happening, and Ellen White is there, and somehow we are supposed to dismiss all this.
Okay, because that testimony was contradicted by another witness.
How?
How?
Where?
That she did that the saying that feels good was an interpretation or what he thought he heard, because another witness said that
Which one?
she. Okay, you
Now-
want me to have total recall of everything I've studied on this? Okay, are you going to let me speak or not?
No, okay. I think we are sidetracking in my opinion, sir, because you're dismissing. It could be interpreted. So when Osborne is saying that, Ellen White is saying that they would go to hell, maybe she would have described it otherwise. Like you're
That's what
dismissing
I'm saying.
everyone.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's
What
all I'm
proof
saying.
do you have? No, what proof do you have?
The evidence of the rest of her life. The evidence of the fact that, because when eyewitness testimony is some of the least valuable if you cannot verify it.
But she can revision everything later. That is the problem. Yeah, she can make all kinds of errors, and you're going
And
to
she
say because her
contradicted
life
herself.
changed later, therefore she's a prophet of God. It
And
doesn't follow.
she contradicted the officials. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, there is one official she contradicts, and we don't have all of the testimony.
Thank you for granting that.
Well, of course she contradicted it, and I've dealt with this in in one of my videos on my channel. But what I'm trying to say to you is that you must be very careful as you reconstruct.
So, do you disagree with your scholar Bert whatever his name was, who says that Ellen White was constantly teaching the shut door out of her visions?
She always referred to her teaching as the shut door. But the question is, what was the teaching of the shut door she was emphasizing at the time? And that's
According to your scholar, is the most radical one. That's what your scholars are saying.
Okay. I read that when you read it. I don't read it that way, because the evidence that I have drawn and that I shared with you tonight is that from her Exeter vision, which is on the sanctuary, she had a different view. Secondly, none of the visions said that probation had closed. There is no vision that says that precisely. No recorded vision says that. So the shut door that she is understanding is about the understanding of the sanctuary. You must
Then
understand.
why didn't she give that understanding during the meeting in Atkinson? Why didn't she promote that understanding? Why did she let Israel Dammon say that God is coming back?
How do you know that she didn't? There's so little about what was she even said that you don't even know.
Because all the witnesses tell that the common belief of the band was that God is coming back. That was the common belief back then.
God's coming
Of
and God's
course,
coming.
of course, she believed that Jesus was coming back. I told you you're conflating two things.
But in 2 weeks, that is the problem. She
Okay.
attended a meeting 2 days before where Israel spoke these things, and she's attending a new meeting.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Okay.
2 times. She's attending the same event 2 times, hearing the same things, and you're like, oh, that she didn't believe these things.
And receiving the vision in the midst of all these things, and then somehow it still, we have to cover up because she's innocent of all the things that she is actually witnessing, right? But then she takes the same theology and continues it.
How can you condemn her for what other people did?
She's
I'm
receiving
condemning
the
her
vision.
for approving their behavior.
Where does it say she approves?
She's there.
Knowing that Israel says that she got his will from her directly. People say that when she spoke her first visions, she spoke them to confirm the shut door. You say
Okay.
that all of them are liars.
I'm saying they misunderstood based on their own point of view.
Go to
But
Miles Grant. Go to Miles Grant, CBM. Miles Grant directly cites me what she said, verbatim.
Miles Grant disrespects
Grant is-
himself.
Wow. Okay.
Move to the next slide.
Yeah,
My apologies.
yeah.
Someone say
if you want to know what Ellen
basically-
White taught, then
basically
you
it's
need
all
to go to
character
Ellen White.
assassination, because someone, if Harvey is a Baptist, Osborne is a Baptist, Lambert is a Baptist, so
Yeah,
It's not
everybody
there's no
has
proof.
the idea of lying here.
Not assassination. I'm saying they used the wording that would make sense to them.
but
That's not
you
an
don't have a
assassination.
proof. Okay, even when Ellen White by the mouth of Osborne is saying that, she's saying that if you don't baptize you go to hell, you're saying that it might have been it can be misinterpreted or interpreted the other ways, but you don't have an evidence to show that.
Go to the next slide, CBM. Next slide, yeah. So notice that he's quoting verbatim what was said. He's not interpreting anything. There's no interpretation here.
Yeah, well, I told you there's another witness who says that she says that felt good, and then the other witness said no, that's not the way she said it. Lowton Lambert misunderstood things.
How about the claim where whatever the miss was, she said that man has never kissed me like this before. Is this an interpretation?
I don't think you said those words.
I think that we can find them. Yeah, maybe we didn't read them, but it's in the newspaper.
If you're going to make an assertion, we should have the actual words before us.
Okay.
No. Hang on a second. No.
Yeah, I am sorry that I am here disadvantaged to be able to help you find it, because I happen to be here for a social program, and I was cleaning up afterwards, and I saw you on.
We're not being combative or aggressive. All I'm trying to say is that that's the same standard you should put to yourself when you claim all the sworn statements are false and can be interpreted other ways. You should bring evidence. If you're holding NL to that exact same judgment, that should be the same standard of judgment you should hold to yourself. Because if you're saying Osborne, Harvey, and Lambert are Baptists, and that's why they are misunderstanding hell to be hell, and there should be an opposite evidence to substantiate that claim.
I have attempted to point you in that direction, but not being able to bring up the thing. I tried to find it online and I can't get it. So I am sorry that I can't give you the specific statements.
No need to apologize. No worries.
We got your arguments basically. Yeah, we understand your position. I don't think it can harmonize anything.
My point is about the shut door, because the evidence that I have amassed, it has to be in direct evidence, because there is no direct evidence that Ellen White taught that the door of probation had closed. I would be more inclined to think that James White believed that from the evidence that I have. I would be more inclined to believe that. I am just dealing with the evidence that I have. Her friend
Okay, do
Mary.
you at least agree that there are like 1,000 people who supposedly were contemporaries of Ellen White that have affirmed that she believed this, the shut door doctrine, according to the critics?
No, because I think you misconstrued that statement.
How do you interpret the statement?
I don't know where you get 1,000. There weren't 1,000 people
Where it
in.
says, CBM, find the one from the more contemporaries where it says the time one of them. Yeah, it's Ellen said God has shown her vision. Yeah, this one.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm
No, the
sorry.
other one, CBM. Yeah, the previous one.
By the way,
what one? Yeah, here.
her
last
first
one. Okay.
vision was in the house of Elizabeth Haynes, and I have documented that from other witnesses. It was not in
Read
Miles.
the third quote.
Okay, and that's the one that I don't think is a proper quote. I can't find it.
Okay, if I have, it's possible that I might have how do you call it? I have put the wrong citation because the document of Weaver was very, very long. I could have put the wrong citation, but it is
That's
an original quote.
Yeah,
How do you interpret it?
I think that comes from Miles Grant, is from what I could find just Googling.
Mhm.
And I am sorry that I can't, I have my tools all set up on my computer at home. I don't have it here.
But
So
is it true or not? Yeah, regardless of who wrote it, is it true or false?
Miles Grant is discredited.
Why?
Miles Grant makes a number of statements that cannot be affirmed by anybody else.
He's citing thousands of people to have heard her say the shut door. And there are indeed so many people that have heard her say this. We have at least 50.
No, there are 50 people that were told the first vision. That were in Portland. That's a round number I'm giving you.
And how many of those interpreted this first vision to be about the radical shut door?
Who would know?
I would say we do. Yeah, we have the testimonies of them.
You can't even tell me who these people are. So how do you know what they thought?
The story of Atkinson gives us at least 20 people where the common belief was that the door is shut and that God was coming soon. You have at least 30 from there. You have Israel Dammon as well. You have Kreuzer as well. You have many people.
I've tried to help you to understand the matter of conflation.
It's not a.
No,
we
have.
You're
again, I just
conflating
want to
two
point
things.
out.
Okay, Jesus can be coming soon without the door being shut.
How?
Because Jesus is coming soon and the door is not shut now.
Who are you? But if Jesus, we don't know whether Jesus is coming soon as in our days or 100 years from now, but they believe he's coming in 2 weeks.
Yes.
How is the door not going to be shut in 2 weeks?
You have Dammon believing that, and Dammon making all kinds of strong statements, but you don't have Ellen White saying that. You are conflating those two things as well. You don't have evidence that Ellen White agreed with everything that Dammon said. You don't have that evidence.
What kind of theology did Dammon have during the letter of Bates? In the letter of Bates, what did Israel believe back then?
Okay, now you're bringing in another matter, and I would have to correct that one as well, because Dammon said that she told him that he was going to be saved and that he was going to be lost. She never said that. What she said was...
I'm not referring to that instance. I'm referring to a different document. I'm referring to the letter to Joseph Bates, where Ellen White is narrating the meeting she had with the 4 Millerites, including Israel Dammon, and she was surprised that they didn't believe the shut door. What kind of shut door did they believe back then?
The teaching in Exeter was one that was a surprise. If you read that same letter, she talks about a sister Dearborn.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, she wrote it as Darbun, but it was actually, when I traced her down, that's just her way of pronouncing Dearborn. It was Dearborn, we would spell it. And that she did not accept the vision. This was at Exeter, the vision on the sanctuary. When she writes out the vision at Exeter, the sanctuary message, the shut door is that Jesus passed from the holy place to the most holy place. That's the shut door.
But that's what happened later in the vision. Before that, when the first sentence literally reads that there was much division on account of the shut door, and people couldn't accept that the door of mercy was shut. That's what the first sentence says. And it cites
Yeah,
those four people.
But she doesn't say that in the letter to Bates.
She does?
You're reading it in? No, she didn't. She did not say that the door of mercy was shut.
Okay,
You know
CBM, go to Google. Okay, let's find the letter.
Yeah, but even Miles Grant, when Miles Grant is saying, throw that guys out, right?
We can
And
prove
then-
that the letter of Bates says that all these three people believe in the radical version of the shut door. And Ellen White resurrecting that belief.
No, we
It's very
have
clear.
we have the letter to Bates in her own handwriting, and she does not say anything about the close of probation in her
Okay,
18th.
let's read it. We can. Yeah, we can actually read it. No problem.
And you will not find that she says that the door of probation was closed.
But she was surprised that Sister Dammon, who was intercessor for the world, she was surprised. Why are you even praying for these people? This means that the probation was closed for them.
Okay, I'm pulling up.
That's
Yeah,
that is a good point.
Just pull the letter and we can start from the beginning and we can see. And my point is going to be that Israel back then believed in the radical version. And then Ellen White was like, why are you confused that the door is closed? That the door is not
This one?
closed. It is closed.
This one?
Well,
I would prefer to read the letter from Truth and Fable rather
no,
than here, but okay.
but that's easier to read.
Okay, that's fine, yeah.
It's a good trend. That's a good.
The translation is the same anyways. It's not a translation matter.
Yeah,
It's just
I don't.
the structure is more orderly and it has a pinned highlighted text that is
Okay, so
just
I
write
go back
a
to the,
letter to Bates. Okay, yeah, go from there. Yeah, it's okay. Anyways,
should I mean, this is a long read.
You
Okay,
have
just-
to find Darbon. Look for Darbon. Do Control F and type in Darbon.
0.
yeah, go back. Hey, let me give you the letter. Yeah, go back.
Okay,
Is
because
this
see,
Write
Internet
Truth and
Archive?
Fable letter to Joseph Bates.
at the time that they transcribed it, they hadn't figured out who she was, and I did after they had
Yeah,
transcribed
that one.
it.
That one. No, it's here. It's here.
The third one?
The fourth one.
Fourth one. Okay. Truth or Fables. Okay.
Scroll down.
Yeah,
Down.
I don't question the transcription of this letter. Just to say that at the beginning, okay?
Yeah, just it's very easier. It's easier to read here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this one.
Maybe you
Oh
can
my
make
Scroll
it.
down.
See,
Scroll down. Yeah.
They've given you the facsimiles right there.
No, scroll up. That is a summary. Scroll up. Where is this letter? Yes, scroll up. No,
Okay,
scroll
this-
down.
this
Maybe
is
I'm
not-
confused.
This is not the letter. This is an article about it.
No.
this
The
is
letter is
the
posted.
letter Ellen White
Okay,
wrote to
click on
Joseph
that.
Bates.
Yeah, click on that.
Rob, scroll down. Yeah, this is the letter, but scroll down. There is
Yeah,
a
you can't
transcript
read
in
it.
English.
Yeah, that's the transcript. Hang on a second.
We want the
Scroll down.
transcription.
Scroll down. Yeah, this is the letter. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is the letter.
Yeah, he's just using additional
number
information that he will pin down later.
Number
Yeah.
8. Number 8. While in Exeter, Maine, in the meeting
Mhm.
with Israel Dammon, James, and many others, many of them did not believe in a shut door. I suffered much at the commencement of the belief. Unbelief seemed to be on every hand. There was one sister that was called very spiritual. She had traveled, very powerful preacher most of the time. For 20 years, she had been truly a mother in Israel. A
Mhm.
division had risen in the band shut door. She had great sympathy and could not believe the door was shut.
Okay, what are we to understand from this?
Okay.
What kind of shut door did they believe? According to Israel, is the radical one. But you want to discredit him. You say that he was wrong.
Okay. So what did she say at the beginning of it? She didn't say the shut door. She called it a shut door. So she's generalizing at the beginning.
But it doesn't change anything.
Okay, but all right.
She's aware that Israel believes in the radical version of the shut door. She's aware of this. She knows this. She knows
Okay.
this very well.
She does not believe in any shut door, is what she says.
Mhm.
She does
Yeah,
not
but
believe.
she's aware that they did believe this, and she's surprised why they supposedly
not
don't
believe.
believe it now.
Yeah, they were
Exactly.
going to give this up. They were going to give this up. She's the one that
Because
resurrected this belief.
yes, many of them did not believe in a shut door, and you are again. This is splitting hair. I just don't want to point out
I'm
this.
just asking, when you look at something carefully, you notice all the details. You may not want to, but that's what I'm asking you to do. It's not the
Yeah,
major
careful,
point.
careful.
I'm just asking you to look at the detail, okay? So she says that they did not believe in a shut door at all.
No,
They
it
did not
doesn't say
believe
at
in a
all.
shut door.
It doesn't say at all.
Well, they did not believe in a shut door.
Okay.
But what shut door could she be referencing? What kind of
Yes.
shut
What
door?
is the shut door? What
Okay,
is the what?
those are good questions to ask. All right.
That's so obvious, man. I mean, come on. They were very
That's
aware
okay.
with the military position. Obviously, that is the door they are referencing.
Do you wish to reason this through with me, or do you wish to just push your notion?
What is your point?
Yeah.
I am looking at the evidence with you right now. This is I'm looking at it directly to look at it specifically. This is not canned. This is not whatever. I'm just saying let's look at it carefully. And so I'm asking those questions as we go through.
Okay,
If
we're moving
okay,
on. Okay, so
do you see the number where it says number 9 in parentheses?
9, yeah.
Okay. All right. And then keep reading. I fell from my chair to the floor. It was then I had a view of Jesus rising from his mediatorial throne. Okay, so anything that goes before that is before the vision, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so whatever shut door she may have had before that is not necessarily the shut door of her vision.
Okay.
No, I would disagree here. I would try to argue that she's modifying the shut door to be about a different explanation, but with the same implications.
And here in the same 9 and following to 10,
Yeah.
when I came out of vision, my ears were saluted with Sister Durban singing, shouting with a loud voice. Most of them received the vision and were settled upon the shut door.
Okay, but then back up and read what she says it was.
Yeah, Jesus
Okay.
going to the holy places, that's fine. But the
Yes.
implications of this going there is the same. That
Okay,
people are
but
still
what you're telling me is your implication is what it says and it is not what it says. And that's what I'm
Okay.
asking. That's
but
what I'm asking you to look at.
it does say this. For example, we see that Sister Durbin, she's upset that the door was shut. Ellen White is showing a new door, a new understanding. But the implication of that understanding is that it's still shut. It's still shut for those people that Sister Durbin is interceding for.
Keep reading and show me where it says that probation is closed.
Just okay, Kevin, I want you to hold yourself to the same standard. When we brought you to Lambert, Harvey, Osborne, where he explicitly say that, especially Osborne and Lambert say that Ellen G. White said that unless you are rebaptized or baptized, you will go to hell. You gave us an interpretation saying that that's not what she said. That's what the Baptists are thinking. Baptists are interpreting. Now you show me where it says she did not mean what she said.
Well, we're trying to find out what she did say.
No, yeah, yes. Show me where, as per your claim, that says she did not mean what she said. And
You,
the Baptist misunderstood. And the Baptist misunderstood.
in this case, you are assuming what she meant, and I'm saying let's read what she says.
She said Osborne. Okay, Osborne said that she received
We're
the
not
vision.
talking about Osborne here.
No. I want you to hold before you are demanding us for this particular section over here. Why when we demanded you from Osborne, you said only there's one, Lambert, and we proved to you Osborne also said that Ellen White received the vision, and she said that if the particular lady is not baptized or girl is not baptized, she will go to hell. You say they are Baptists, they misunderstood what she said. So where is the evidence for that?
Okay. On that point, I disagree with other people who are Seventh-day Adventists who would grant that point. The reason I don't grant it, do you want me to laugh when you talk?
Yeah,
But wait,
apologize.
Kevin, hold on to your thoughts. Hagios,
Oh,
you're not
but you're
following the
asking me.
conversation. You're not following the conversation. I'm bringing back to that because Kevin is holding us to his his category of standard of judgment, right? He's demanding us where exactly word for word verbatim it says that. So I'm actually bringing back to the same standard of that judgment to what we asked from him.
Okay,
Go
but
ahead.
in this case, we're talking about what Ellen White herself says about Ellen White. In that case, you're talking about somebody who was in a room who's repeating what he thinks he heard. Whether he did hear it or not, I'm telling you that there are other Adventists who disagree with me based on they accept it at face value. I am telling you that I don't accept it at face value. I may be wrong, okay? But my evidence for not accepting it at face value is because it is not in harmony with her firm stand against hell and her own statement that she didn't say that.
So, Kevin, let me bring back to this letter a point that I just noticed. Why is Ellen White suffering much at the commencement of the meeting? Why is she surprised by the unbelief of people if she never ever accepted this idea that the door was ever shut for people?
Because she told you that she believed that from the beginning, and then this is where I don't have the reference here, but I put it in my book, which I just published this last year. I put the reference, and I can't call it to mind off the top of my head, but she said that it was this vision that was the dividing line in her own thinking about the meaning of the shut door.
So, question, which vision, the first or the second one or the third one? Because these events here are happening after the first one. Israel Dammon still believes in the radical version after the first vision. And Ellen White knows this.
Okay. There are two points that we have to make. Okay, it's the Exeter vision. Thank you for highlighting it. All right.
And middle of
It is
February.
this vision. Okay, this is about the middle of February, but it's not her second vision. Her second vision was to go tell the vision. All right. And that occurred in the house of Elizabeth Haynes, where her first vision also took place in the house of Elizabeth Haynes. All right. But what I'm telling you, there are two different things that have to be no, this is not a change in the story, Dexter. All right. The point is that there are two things that you can outline at the same time. That she believed up to this point in the same meaning of the shut door as did Israel Dammon, and she also believed that Jesus' coming was soon. That can also be the same. But it is at this point that she begins to understand a different view of the shut door. She herself told that. I have a reference for it. I don't have it here with me.
But didn't she say in that reference that she believed these things prior to her first vision?
Okay, then the second point, thank you for bringing that to mind. The second point is to say that she claimed, this is her claim, that the visions did not teach the close of probation.
But Israel Dammon already heard the first vision. And he's here in this event. And she knows this. And she's having an issue with him believing this. Or not believing this, actually, yeah.
Okay.
Why?
So whatever Dammon believed is irrelevant to what she believed and what this vision taught her.
But my point is, if she's not clear, if the first vision is correcting the understanding, if she doesn't believe in the radical shut door after the first vision, how can Israel still believe the same thing and she's accepting him for that?
Okay, thank you for the question. The answer is that the first vision does not deal with the sanctuary. This one does. Yes, it does.
In the original quote, she says that she believed the radical version prior to her first vision. The first vision is the one in December.
There are two things, there are two points that she makes. She says that she did believe that it was this vision that clarified it, and that the visions did not teach the shut door, the radical shut door vision. And that is true. There's nothing about the shut door in the first vision. It doesn't mention the shut door. The term does not even arise.
It uses the word, the wicked world which God has rejected.
And God rejects the wicked world.
That's a shut door, yeah. According to all the people that witness it.
No.
Even Israel Dammon says this.
The shut door is that there is no more mercy.
Same thing.
See, and then that's how you see it, and
That's how
therefore,
Israel Dammon sees it, and she's aware of this. That's my problem. She's aware of his position after the first vision.
no. Okay, here's where a fuller understanding of her will help you to understand that she says only those who reject it are shut out by their own choice. They choose to reject. That was her consistent view, and even after this, and even after 1851, when she talks about it later on, she says that those who rejected it. God accepted their choice. But then there were others, and this is where in 1850, where she talked about William Miller's dream. Are you familiar with William Miller's dream of the jewels in the rubbish?
No, not really.
Okay, it's published in early writings, and it's mentioned in her earliest book, but it was not published in the first book. He had a dream that there were jewels that were still in the rubbish, and what that meant was that there were individuals who had not rejected the Advent. They just didn't understand it. They did not reject it. And therefore, they should go and find the jewels that were hidden in the rubbish.
Are you aware of the Camden vision?
There's a true Camden vision and there's a false Camden vision. And you're probably referencing the false Camden vision. Because
the one where he says that when Jesus entered into the Holy of Holies, this means that intercession for the world has stopped. Is that one true or false?
That's the false Camden vision that can't be, that has not been verified. There are a number of reasons why it doesn't stand up to reason. If you look at the manuscript evidence, they have different dates on the different copies. There are variations within it. So
why did Answering Adventism on his page says that you affirm this?
No, when he pulled it out, I knew that there was a Camden vision, but he blindsided me because that wasn't anything that we had talked about. And when I did my debriefing on that presentation, I pointed out the evidence that I'm telling you. He called up evidence that is not Ellen White's statement. There is a Camden vision.
Even without this vision, can you derive the same theology though?
I am telling you from Ellen White's writings that she shows you when the distinction took place. She tells you, and then from the evidence that we have from Marion Davis and J.N. Andrews and others who signed as witnesses on the statement, that Ellen White did not teach what they're claiming that she taught. And I am giving you the documentary evidence that shows how that she worked for young people, she worked for others, and that she never said that probation had closed. This is the fundamental point why I was even willing to come on here to answer this with you. I've got to go. I got to get back home.
My final question for you is this: how do you deal with the point that I presented where she fabricated the signature of one of the witnesses?
Because she didn't provide that witness statement. What was his name? Starts with an H. He was the one.
Mrs. Wood.
Say again.
Mrs. Wood.
No, Mrs. Wood is the one that quibbles about it. Mrs. Wood was the daughter of the one who provided the statement. Ellen White didn't invent it.
But is it true? I mean, did she fabricate the signature? Why is Mrs. Wood testimony included?
She got it from the guy. What you're talking about is a witness statement that is in. It's called Spiritual Gifts, Volume 2, which is the autobiographical book that she wrote. When they were ready to publish the book, they sent out several advanced copies for people to review. If you look over the witness statements, sometimes they will affirm, and sometimes they will say it wasn't quite the way she said it. James White did not do the baptism. Somebody else did the baptism. They will correct it or they will affirm it. In the case of the witness that you're talking about, he provided the names of his family, and he likely assumed that they all agreed with him.
But
And so,
what isn't part of the give the previous slide. Maybe Kevin needs to see the names. Give the previous slide. So here in the right, I have presented the 5 names that Ellen White is citing. The last one, though, contradicts her
Hannaford, there
story.
you go. Hannaford. Okay, H.A. Hannaford. That's not it. It's William T. Hannaford. William T. Hannaford is the patriarch of that family. D.S. Hannaford is a daughter. H.A. Hannaford, I believe, is the wife. James Eyre is the father-in-law, so they're related through marriage. And R.W. Wood is a daughter underneath that. And so, because all of these people lived within this close proximity to one another, he assumed that they all agreed. The one who got the advance copy, I have evidence of that, is William T. Hannaford. He got the advance copy, and so he was affirming, as far as I know, this what she's described is as I recall. If you go to the Wood statement, Mrs. Wood, who married somebody, so she's got a different last name. Her statement, if you compare it with that of the arresting officer, does not fully agree. So she doesn't even agree with the arresting officer about what took place.
On what basis? What does she say?
I can't pull up all the details of it right here. I'm just giving you off the top of my head. Okay. If you want more on this, I would have to give you. Yeah. Well, fine for you, singing Andy. The court record
anyways,
is
okay,
not,
I get your
court,
point.
the court record is not crystal clear because they contradict one another in the court record. So there's
Okay,
so
do you have a single witness to affirm that God did a miracle there? A single one.
all of those that witness statement is that they agree with it.
So the family, and so only the family.
That's the family, and that's the only one that provided a witness statement. Yeah. So you have 5 people, less the one, who agree, and you have one person who disagrees, the arresting officer.
But the father, why does he mention the father? I mean, the father of James Heyer is, he wasn't the one who was in the house.
They were married. They were related by marriage. That's I'm going off the top of my head, but the Ayers is related by marriage. I'd have to get you my family tree that's on my home computer, and I can't get you that right now. So I'm sorry that I can't give you the details
So
you want.
only four people that probably disagree on the details. One of them it's a one big family, yeah, that's all.
Well,
but
okay.
In close proximity, we don't know even if they were there.
Oh yeah, we do know they were there. Yeah, we know they were there. And I can place them within the community. I've traced them down in the U.S. censuses where they lived. They lived close to each other. They even moved together close to each other when they moved out of the area. So I've traced this family down. As far as historicity, it smacks true. Wood doesn't believe. Her denial comes at what point? Many, many years later. So you can change your thinking over a period of years. But this statement was written in 1860 when the book was published. Her statement is written, her denial statement was decades afterwards. Is it possible?
She said that she remembers very, very clearly what happened. Very, very clearly. She doesn't seem to have changed her mind. She seems that this is the original position, that it was never true.
Yeah, well, she says I'd have to go. I've written it out, and it's actually in my presentation, the video that I dealt with this. So there are some differences in the view, And the question that I raised was, how is it that 5 men, all grabbing one arm and one leg of a man, can't bring him out of the room?
Because there were people
That's
trying
out of silence.
there
I
were
mean, that's
people trying to
argument out of
stop,
silence.
Five grown men can't carry the guy out of the room because there are a few women. Where are they grabbing if those
It
men are
wasn't few
grabbing?
women. Yeah, it's more than 10 probably. 12, 20. I mean, there were 50, 60 people there.
there were
Okay,
50, 60 people in the room.
And so he explains it that way.
Why would he? Okay, you need to say that 12 people lied, 12, because he called reinforcement. All of they were they fighting like one woman, one person?
He said that he didn't want to fight the women, and that's why he didn't take them out. But then in the end, in his own testimony, he said, we overpowered them.
Yeah, eventually.
Okay, but he says he didn't want to fight them, but then they overpowered them.
Maybe he didn't want to. Yeah, when they met such great resistance, as he says, then they had to fight. That's normal.
He did overpower them. So he contradicts himself.
Okay,
So
TK, go back to the comparison. Go to the comparison. Let's see when he overpowered them, before or after.
The comparison.
He overpowered them to take him out of the room.
No, so just before that, so Kevin, are you also now saying that the cop is lying?
I'm saying he's trying to give an explanation that people would accept.
The overpowering came after the resistance. After the resistance. So he eventually overpowered them, not at first.
Yeah. So he has no problem with overpowering them.
Yeah, after bringing 12 people to help him.
Yeah.
After calling reinforcement.
Yeah.
So why could they not just overpower some women, a few men? You know,
because he said that they were attacked by both women and men. He says they were attacked by both
men and women.
Yeah, and there were many people.
And yet, okay, so he makes a statement. We've got a he said, she said, and we've got him saying one thing, she's saying something else. She has witnesses who agree with her description.
Only three.
Yeah. So how 4?
Sure, let's say that it's 4. Okay, that's fine. You have 12 officers that would vouch for the sheriff story. 12 officers who fought with those people.
But Joseph Milton is the only one who says this.
Well, I'm not sure who they asked on the trial, but if he said that they called 12 people for reinforcement, would he lie about this? I mean, you must say that at least 30 people lied.
She grants that they brought a bunch of people in the end.
Yeah, which means that these people came to help. They fought.
Right. And so Ellen White sees it one way, she sees it another, and 4 other people who were there with her say, yeah, she's right.
Yeah, and 30 people say that she's wrong, yeah.
No, there weren't 30 people. There's one person, Joseph Moulton. He's the arresting officer. He's the only one that said what he said.
Where in the other testimonies of the witnesses that we mentioned do we see the miracle of God?
Well, no, nobody else says that in the testimony. He's the only one in the trial that testified about this.
But notice this, Ellen White says that the servants of God, the Millerites, were kind of silent, like orderly, everything was fine. Yet, the witnesses there says that it was absolute mess. Absolute mess.
She did not say that. What she said was that there was praising of the Lord and so on. And she interprets the praising of the Lord as one thing, and they considered it noisy because it wasn't their orderly form of worship.
This, the first sentence where it says, while I was speaking, 2 men walked in. This implies that the whole room was listening to her. They were silent. They were trying to hear what Ellen White was saying out of the visions.
Right. At this point, as I described the meeting to you, that it was alternating different things. Okay.
Then she says that they made no resistance, that everybody was like excited that God did a miracle. They were just spectators. Nobody did any, I don't know, crazy stuff. But when the sheriff came, he said that it was the most noisy place ever. And if you say that he's lying, you need to harmonize all of the witnesses which say that Dammon was preaching out of his lungs the strongest, I mean, like a drunkard party. That's what the witnesses say.
Have you ever been to a Pentecostal meeting?
Yeah, that's my point. It was a Pentecostal meeting.
Yeah,
Heavily Pentecostal meeting here.
All right,
Yeah.
but to a Pentecostal, it makes sense because somebody says something and people say amen. To
But
somebody who's not, to somebody
different.
who's not, okay, to somebody who's not used to that kind of a service, it just sounds like noise.
They were lying on the floor, crouching. I mean, all these things.
Yeah,
Speaking
like with
holy
the hands,
water. I mean,
the creeping is done in such a
that's not the.
decent manner on the floor.
No,
Okay,
okay.
let's just return white statement. Yeah.
I didn't deal with that. I didn't deal with that subject with you. But if you want to talk about the creeping, we can. That means crawling. Okay.
Mhm.
There are two things that are going on, and you have to understand the nature of the dynamics of the room. They were meeting in a home, so there were only so many chairs. The chairs were reserved for women, but even still, there weren't enough chairs for everybody. So some people sat on the floor. Okay. Now, are there some people who believed in crawling around and showing their humility by crawling on the floor? Yes, and Ellen White condemned it over and over again. So what you're trying to toss on her, she absolutely condemned.
Oh, my apologies. And Anel, could you verify that she condemned all these things? Is there?
She never condemned these things, actually. You know.
Yeah, look for creeping. If you'll have, I don't think you can find it in this document you have here, but you find it in her writings where she condemned creeping.
In particular,
Which year? Later? Way later?
Yeah. In particularly,
No, in the early days of the movement, she condemned it.
You can. My problem is that you can revision pretty much everything. You can say that later she changed her mind, she condemned it, but she obviously didn't do it back then.
No, there obviously is an assumption because you don't know what she said there because they don't report every word that she says. So all you can supply is your submission. What I'm saying is over the consistency of her experience when she was dealing with fanaticism. You'll look at the chapter where she deals with fanaticism in her first book. She talks about how she condemned the creeping and crawling, that it was not really showing humility to do that. And there were a number of really horrible things that happened. Some people were beaten because they were crawling, and she said, "This is stupid. You don't do this." So
why would then all of the trials witnesses say that they were leaders? How is she a leader unless she's promoting this behavior? And if the picture of Donald is even remotely similar to what actually transpired then, I mean, she was witnessing this all around her. No prophet of God would allow this to happen on a consistent basis.
I'm not going to change your mind because you've already conceived of it a certain way. I did a careful comparison, as I've tried to describe to you, using every detail, every testimony. Was it an Adventist or a non-Adventist? Who said what? Who said the other? I did a paper. I haven't been able to produce it because I did it for somebody else, and they have the rights to the paper. So all I've been able to release is my video, and I've reconstructed what took place on this occasion. Testimony that she disavowed and that she never affirmed, and so you may read into it that she agreed with it when her own testimony is that she never agreed with it. She never
agreed. Do you agree that her testimony at face value contradicts the historical record?
I'm sorry, can you say that slower?
Do you agree that her testimony in general about these events contradict the historical record?
I agree that she contradicts the arresting officer. And I also told you that others agreed with her contradiction of his testimony. And that's as far as you can take it, because none of us were there. We've got to believe either her and those who affirmed her, or the arresting officer who had reason to try to explain why he couldn't get a man out of a room.
So, second question, do you believe that all the people who cited her on the shut door were liars, technically?
No, I think they misunderstood what she said. And so you have to understand what she said through what she says. You have
They
to
tried
understand.
verbatim what she says. Verbatim.
No, because I've asked you to show me directly that she said probation is closed, and you can't
Yeah,
show
okay,
that.
open to the... Okay, CBM, go to the last contemporary source where it says 1844.
Okay. Oh, contemporary is the last one.
Contemporary is the last one here.
Okay. The last one?
The final, the last quote.
Okay.
Which
This is
of these is Ellen White?
Sorry, what?
examination of Ellen White's vision.
Which
Miles
of
Grant.
these is Ellen White?
What do you mean? I'm talking about the critics.
Of course.
Mhm.
And
Right.
what I said is, you're asking me about her. And I said, show me where she ever used that probation had closed. And you can't. What you can show
I
me,
can show similar. My point is that I can show the critics citing her verbatim that she means that probation has closed.
you have two people there, Miles Grant and Lucinda Burdick.
Is the final one Miles Grant as well? Yeah, Miles Grant as well. Okay, go to the previous slide.
Yeah. Are they cooked to burr?
Sure. Yeah. Let's read all this. Yeah.
Yeah. John Cook, right? He said they were confirmed in the belief. Some Millerites were confirmed in the belief the appointed time was the 4th day of April on an account of the visions of a girl. So it's this girl, Ellen White. In these exercises, she wrote with a finger on her hand, April 4th, 1845, then counted over her fingers, each one for a day from the time of the vision, so-called of the 4th of April. Cook to Burr, Morning Star.
Is this verbatim enough?
I get this one. This is a quotation I have never seen. Okay, so this is the first time I'm seeing it on your presentation.
Okay,
And-
we have Mrs. Burdick as well. You reject this one. Let's go to the final one, Battle Creek.
So Burdick is the basis for Miles Grant.
Sure, okay.
Okay.
We still have Israel Dammon, we have, I would argue, Sister Durbin, and so on, and all of the people from the Joseph Bates letter. But you can read also here the vision at Battle Creek. This one
Okay.
is also very clear.
I was shown the company present at the conference, said the angel, some food for worms, some subjects of the 7 last plagues, some will be alive, remain upon the earth to be translated at the coming of Jesus.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the close of probation in
It is
1845?
pinning down the coming of Jesus back to the life of these people.
Okay, maybe, but it has nothing to do with 1845.
Well, I cannot pinpoint when exactly was Jesus going to appear according to them. Some say 2 weeks, some say months, visions. She says we have certain months to prepare because he's going to come. So they weren't exactly clear, but they did affirm that he's coming back soon, very, very, very soon.
Could I quote you? Could I quote you on that? You said they were not exactly clear, and I
Yeah,
will.
because I would argue that Ellen White was contradicting herself all the time.
And there is where it lies. They were not exactly clear when he was going to come. They did believe it was soon.
That's enough. Yeah, if you have a year, if you have the 19th century, all of the 19th century, that's still fine. It's still false.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with the close of probation.
If you limit the close of probation to the 19th century, that's a problem.
No. Okay, the close of probation, you're saying that she agreed that the probation closed in October of 1844, and now you have just said, well, maybe not so.
Because I would argue she tried to modify, to rectify the damage done all of the time. She heard, for example, Israel Dammon 2 days before the meeting saying the same things. Then she's hearing him the same time at that meeting. She's constantly hearing dates. She's making up dates. Yeah, April
No.
4th. I mean, all these dates.
No.
That's what she's doing.
Okay, this John Cook is a hearsay thing. You know that.
Oh, yeah, right. Everybody's a hearsay. That is clear. Okay, yeah.
The police is a liar. The
police is
guy
a
is a liar
liar. Yeah,
because
they were Baptist. So yeah, it's
and we
ridiculous.
have to
In
be
a court of
interpreted.
law, this is hearsay. You know that. John Cook did not say that he heard her say. He's not giving a first-hand testimony.
Have you read the article by Crozier?
Okay, can you affirm that point that I just made?
Repeat the point.
John Cook is not saying, I heard her say this.
But he mentioned her hands and her symbols. I mean, it's the same.
Yeah.
Ha,
Because she's
it's
writing
the same.
Who does
what does he mean?
Who is his source? He wrote that some Millerites were confirmed in the belief that they appointed. So he's not affirming anything about what he saw or heard firsthand. He's repeating what some others have told him.
Same point. I would argue that some people heard Ellen White, that probation has closed. He's giving me those people.
That's the exact definition of hearsay.
Okay, from where did he hear the story that she specifically did this detailed account that she's making with the hands and all these signs and so forth, the finger counting?
I don't have his letters, so and as I said, this is the first time I've seen this, and I'll review this afterwards and see if I can find out. But nobody knows. No, the 7-year theory, she did not affirm, and I answered that in the debate with Steve Daly, and in subsequent videos.
He gave you the argument of times, and times. I mean, the three repetitions.
The 7-year theory is a Bates theory, and it's based on the times that are the blood in the sanctuary and so on. And both Ellen White and James White, before the 7 years were completed, said, no, I have in my vision chart, I have 3 or 4 of her visions where she denied the date setting that people were making. James White did set a date, sort of. He believed in he had this view of the watches of the night, and he wrote about it. It's published. This is in 1845, early in 1845. I have that letter in a document. I can give you the link to that evidence because I was able to find it. Okay, let me copy this and I'll send it to you so you can look at it. And I'm trying to get back here to StreamYard. Sorry. All right, where can I give you information?
Well, you can give us the reference so we can check it with. That's no problem.
Is there a place for me to?
Yeah, you can click on the chat and write it there.
I'll tell you what. Here's let me do share screen and flip over to it.
Okay, try.
Okay, and you can see it here. Can you see this now? Early Adventist Letters and Recollections.
No, right now we are seeing you.
No.
Okay.
Could you try sharing it?
I'm trying to share the screen.
I mean, the screen is shared, but we still see you.
Okay. I have to select it. That's why. I'm sorry. Select entire screen. Yeah. Oh, great. This is the one. And then I'll jump to it. And then you should see it. Right there?
Yes, I see. I'm bringing it up.
This is the documentary evidence that I used to extract my view of the development. These are the early Adventist letters. I periodically update this. This is an adjunct document to my book because to keep the book smaller. But it has all of the letters and recollections of the time. This has the view of the people prior to 1844, the view in 1844, the view after 1844, 1845, the Jubilee Standard, and those who are related to Adventists that participated and wrote in that book, in that periodical. These are the testimonies that are responding to it. So anyway, here you can see up here at the top, you can find that on academia.edu, and it's called Early Adventist Letters and Recollections. And people can go back and review that documentary evidence. And that's all I want to do. And I'm going to stop sharing because it is confusing.
All yeah, right, my final question to you, because I know that you have to go, it's actually on the previous subject. When you make the video about the amalgamation, I want you to affirm right now without
okay, hold on. We're not going to get into the amalgamation here. All right.
No, I just wanted to say this. Do you agree as an Adventist that all the contemporaries that I cited in my videos agree with me? That's all I want to know.
I don't know what they believe.
Do you agree that Uriah Smith agrees with me?
Not 100%, because we've looked at what he said, and you want to get into another subject.
That's fine. No, yeah.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, you obviously haven't seen my videos.
At least he agrees in a sense, but that's fine. But I was just wanted to ask about the question where you said that she never approved all those kind of, such as crawling, all those kind of actions and behaviors, right?
Right.
From the time of the event that she participated and was present, say 19, where she was receiving all this vision, from that to the time that she's denying this, what's the time frame? When did she deny all this and never approved this kind of behaviors?
Well, first of all, Ellen White didn't write within the first year, so there's nothing that she wrote down.
Like, so if she's witnessing all this and all this kind of behaviors is not acceptable, and she's supposedly receiving all this divine revelation and visions about pertaining to people, do we have any record immediately or at that point of time after that she renounced all this kind of practices, or does it take some time for her to actually come into realization and these are actually all wrong?
Well, her testimony is that she opposed it at the time, but she didn't write anything about her visions or anything until December of 1845, and it was published in 1846, in January of 1846. Her first vision was first mentioned by James White, I believe, in about August of 1845. So the only thing that is recorded is about the first vision. She doesn't go into the details of it until she describes it in her first book, which is in 1851. And there she gives a brief accounting of some of those events. So,
and she only denounces this at that point, but nobody else before that, when you said that she renounced it immediately, supposedly, maybe she had a divine correction. Is there any witness to say that, okay, henceforth, this kind of practices or behaviors are actually renounced and shouldn't be practiced in these gatherings?
She lost some of her following because of the renouncing, so that should be some evidence. Early on, when they addressed some of the fanaticism, they lost people because of that.
Did she say that? Sorry, did she say that to someone to communicate this renouncing of these practices? And do we have like some kind of documentation?
It's her recounting of her life. It's autobiographical. There's and early on, if you want to analyze Dammon's methodology and his preaching, they said he was loud and boisterous, even the people that liked him.
I don't know. I'm not sure if that's related to what I'm trying to.
I'm saying what the question is, what forms of fanaticism did she talk about? She didn't write about any kind of fanaticism. In the very first thing that she wrote about was her vision. Okay, and that's the only thing that she wrote about. And so when she's describing it, though, her recollection of the event, which is very, within 5-6 years of the events. She is saying that she disagreed with these behaviors, these fanaticisms, and she delineates the ones that she disagrees with. And I've told you which ones some of those are. She didn't believe that men should wash women's feet. She didn't believe in the creeping and crawling. And there were also people there are other kinds of fanaticisms that you and I have not even talked about here. But there was a person that said that it was Dammon. Dammon preached, and we have record of him saying it, that the dead had already been raised. And she said that's not true. And so she considered that a fanaticism. There was another fanaticism of a very devout person who ended up dying in Israel. She believed that Israel had to be resurrected first before Christ would come, but she also believed that Christ had come spiritually. And so that's how she explained the disappointment. Ellen White called that fanaticism.
But all this is happening immediately. Do we have some kind of evidence that this is being communicated immediately? So when does she come to this realization all this is actually wrong? Is it progressive, or is it immediately after the Dammon's trial?
All of those things that I've mentioned are things that she tells herself that she told people and disagreed with. She describes those events. You can't go
15 years later, right?
You can't go back any earlier than she wrote about it.
So she is writing that she renouncing it, but we don't have evidence from outside people saying that she renounced it. Outside of herself, we don't have any evidence that she renounced that practice.
There's not a lot of evidence about any of those things except what this one article in the paper, and it goes both ways. Because I'm saying in the testimony, you haven't dissected it like I have. Okay. If you go through the full testimony, you have two sides describing things very differently. And so
I don't think so. It's dissecting. It's actually, in fact, I would say you are dismissing in overall. Only she is telling the truth. The cop is lying, basically, and then the rest of them. And when she forged the signature, there's some kind of explanation for it.
Okay, you call it forging. That's an assumption.
And then
according to E.S. Bellinger, it's forging. That's what he says.
Yeah. So Osborne, Harvey, Lambert.
I did not hear him. I'm sorry. What did you say?
According to E.S. Bellinger, it was a forgery.
Yeah, because he didn't study it out. He's just making.
He lived in the 19th century. He didn't study it out. I mean, how do you know?
He wasn't looking at the documentary evidence. He didn't know what I did and what I showed you.
So think about this. The paper,
okay, go ahead and laugh.
Brother, the newspaper.
I'm telling you that from the evidence that I have, that's the best reconstruction. His reconstruction is not a good reconstruction.
Don't you think that he didn't spoke to this Mrs. Wood?
Okay, that wasn't the point we were discussing.
Yeah, You're saying that you know better than 19th century people. That is a problem.
Exactly. So in overall,
you have switched to a different subject. Let him speak.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, go on.
My overall assessment of the discussion is that only Ellen White's statement in her own writings, by her own writings, is the truth. The rest of them are lies. Epistemically, I don't understand how do you even justify that. It's as if saying, Kevin, I said what it is. The rest of those who witnessed and everything, the cops, the authorities, everyone has lied, and only my writings is the truth. And because I have substantiated through my writings is the only evidence to prove it. That's what I'm from the public's perspective, right? Okay. That's what I'm trying to gather.
Okay, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about the arrest and how it took place, or about fanaticism. Which one do you want to
everything.
Okay, but which one do you want to talk about? Because we can only talk about one at a time.
Cop's statement, is it a lie?
Okay. According to four witnesses. Yeah, it's a lie.
Who are the 4 witnesses?
You know,
Where can
Are
we
they
see the testimony of this family?
the
Yes,
Hannafords.
the 4 testimonies. This
Yeah,
one,
they
right?
didn't even attend the trial.
Yeah, they didn't even attend the trial.
No,
And
actually, they were
plus
probably
the
why do you say that they didn't attend the trial? How do you know that?
That's what the scholar who found the newspaper tells me.
this is the
Bruce Weaver. Bruce Weaver says they never. I copy pasted it directly from him. He says that
Okay.
they never attended the trial.
Okay,
You can't
Yeah,
even.
you'll have to show me where he said that. But Bruce Weaver was a personal friend of mine. He passed away last year, I'm sorry to say. And we have talked about this in the past, and we have collaborated. So we may have had different perspectives on it, but we remain friends.
Well, in Google, if you type BibleCA.com, it's basically restating his article, and there it says that these 5 never attended the trial.
I don't know how they would know that.
That's what he tells me. I mean, you can ask him.
Okay,
You can't now, but yeah, you get the point.
Bruce Weaver's dead, so no.
If he says
again,
they never attended the trial, they never attended the trial. I mean, the court documents would show it because they were the main people who supported Ellen White. Why didn't
Yes.
the transcript say anything about them?
so everything that you have gone
Because
and searched by yourself.
Okay, he asked a question that I should answer, don't you think? Okay. They don't list everybody that was in the gallery.
But they would definitely cite the defense. They cited James Sire. They cited
Particularly
him.
those involved in the trial. That's
Only
what we're
him.
trying to say.
So they called certain witnesses. That doesn't mean that they weren't there. So I'm just saying he may have drawn an inference that they weren't there.
Okay, let me find it. Okay, I will try to find why he says this. Let me see.
Yeah, if you can find his rationale, he may be right because he's corrected me on things that I had to grant.
Okay, just a second.
I was mistaken about certain individuals, and he was able to point me to the evidence that corrected my view.
Okay.
So would you say that in general, Adventist scholars would agree with me in general? Weaver agrees with me. Bertha agrees with me. Everybody agrees with me.
Is he frozen? Oh, okay. No, I'm sorry.
No, I'm waiting for what you're asking me.
I'm asking you, in general, do 7-day scholars agree with me?
An assessment of this event.
On
Yeah.
what point? On what point?
The shut door, for example, or all these things. The trial.
Yeah, okay. We can only deal with one thing at a time, and I don't want to generalize what everybody believes.
Okay.
I know that there are some who do agree with you. Can I say that? Because
I would say the majority agrees with me.
I don't know, but this is something that Kevin Burton and I have talked over because of his paper. It was an excellent paper. And
what is his position?
What is his position on what?
The arguments that we're having right now, does he agree with me or you? Beaver
Your
agrees with me.
interpretation.
Weaver agrees with me, I mean. He clearly stated that he agrees with me.
You would have to ask him directly what his paper, what he did on his paper was to reconstruct what took place in the meeting. And that was what I reviewed. So I don't know what his position is on who was right, whether Ellen White or Moulton were correct. I don't know what his position is.
If he's reconstructing Beaver's materials, obviously Bruce materials, he would obviously agree, but anyways, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't know what, and all I can stand on is what I have studied and I look at the original sources and I look at the context and I've done some of the same reconstructing that Kevin did. He did excellent work. I don't know if I may have reviewed some of his paper and I'm not sure. I have plenty of things going and I am a pastor, so it's not the only thing I do.
Okay.
Yeah. So the critical issue is not the give and take on what did she actively support or what did she deny. All of that is supposition from one point of view or another. My supposition is one, your supposition is another. The point that I came on here for is about the shut door and the evidence that I have been able to amass, which in some cases is indirect and sometimes positive, that her view of the shut door started one way, as she said, and that as she had the vision on the sanctuary, it changed. And that the first vision, neither the second or third or any other vision, affirmed that probation had closed. And the evidence is that she was working for the salvation of others. Even the fact that she was asking for those young people to be baptized is evidence that probation had not closed. Otherwise, what was the point?
Well, we argue in general, not in particular.
The Dammon trial shows, even if everything that you affirm, that she said it was about hell, that's not a major part of it, because I affirmed that clearly she encouraged them to be baptized or suggested that they should be baptized or even insisted that they be baptized. Either way, their baptism is not the question. A baptism took place that night, and they did it at her urging. Whether she said anything about hell or not, that doesn't matter. That fact contradicts the view that she believed that the shut door had shut, because there would be no point in another baptism if the door were already shut.
No, but the day hasn't come yet, right?
No, they're saying that the probation had already closed. That's the point.
In general sense, not for every single individual. Obviously, even in the Israel Dammon case, they were preaching to people about this, trying to convert them.
That's why they were saying that if you don't come to the Advent doctrine,
that God is coming in several days.
Yeah, so that's why if you don't come to the Advent doctrine, they will be left out.
Now you're coming up with a view that the shut door hadn't closed. If you look at the as you said on this very video, you said that they believed that the door shut on October 22, 1844. Now you're saying, no, not that it wasn't shut, that it's going to shut. All right, then you've changed it already.
I would say it's shut in general for the world. As she says, the wicked world which God has rejected. In general. Doesn't mean that if she sees a random person on the street, she cannot minister to him about this.
Okay, so your definition of a closed door is not a closed door. It's only a closed door for those who rejected the Advent in October of 1844.
In subsequent generations until the coming of Christ.
I'm sorry, say that again.
What you said is correct. And I would also stretch this for the people who reject the message until Christ comes back.
Right. So if you reject the advent of Christ, openly rejected, is there salvation?
No, but they were preaching that Christ would come back immediately. Yeah. And that in general, God has been...
Okay, so actually, when we really dig down into this, you and I are not that far apart.
Yeah, but we don't preach that God has abandoned since 19th century onward probation for the world in general. We don't preach this. That's nonsense. We believe that grace is there even to the last moment.
Yeah, but if you reject it, it isn't there.
But the rejection is different. By rejection, Ellen White means specific things that we don't believe. We don't believe that if you reject the Sabbath, you're going to hell. We don't believe that if you reject the state of the death or the sanctuary doctrine, you're going to hell.
Okay, so
there's a quote here, guys. One more.
Maybe you want to have a little clarification for people to understand that they did not believe that the door was absolutely shut.
No.
If you want to say that, sure, that's fine. Even though I would argue that Ellen White herself was confused on this. People heard her say no more sinners will be converted. Later she changed this.
No, okay, but
So
no,
it's
that's not.
possible that it's just that
You're not
she
even.
makes up
You're not
stuff all
even
the
saying
time.
that. You're not even saying that about Damon.
Yeah, that's fine. But Damon did believe that the world was doomed in general back in the 19th century,
Right, because and James White
and
wrote in
he
a
believed
letter.
that every single denomination before him was lost.
Wicked. Guys, by the way, I have to wrap up in the next 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay, well, I think we've actually come to some common ground to understand that it was not that none of them believed that it was absolutely closed. And then
Sure.
so then we have to look at the evidence to see, well, then what did they mean? What did Damon mean? Because he has his own mind. What did Ellen White mean? She has her own mind.
But God was coming in the next year, probably, or the 3 months. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
Or 2 weeks.
And I would grant you that Ellen White believed that it could be that soon too. She didn't put a
But
date
after
on it.
visions, that's the problem. After visions, she believed
No.
this on the meeting of Atkinson.
No,
Yes,
you don't even have a record of a vision at Atkinson.
I don't have to. I mean, she's seeing Damon preaching this. She affirms him, obviously.
Okay, all right, but again, now you're getting to supposition, and that's not within good evidence because you're supposing one thing.
How can a prophet of God see a person attending the meeting twice, see the same message, and not have a problem with that?
And also affirming
And
those.
you don't know whether she did or not. You
They
don't.
say that they were elders of that meeting, elders.
They made her they said White was a leader. They didn't say
So you
Harmon.
think that in the first meeting, James White went alone without Ellen White?
He was a leader, but he was not leading out in the speaking. If you look at the rest, the testimony, they did not say James White ever spoke that night.
Which means that Ellen White was the leader.
No, she was there to share a testimony that
Who
of
was
her
the
vision.
leader? If James White never said a single word, who was the leader when they say that White was a leader?
They said they were leaders in the movement, of course.
White, referring to White.
The girl with the vision, it specifically says that she was a leader.
In the sense that she was sharing her testimony, but
What?
you have pointed out. Okay, you bring somebody to a meeting to present a certain topic. Who's in charge? The person who presents the topic or the ones that invited them there? Okay.
Even if Israel is the leader, Ellen White was his prophet. That's the point. She's affirming his doctrines with the visions that she has about people, telling them their case.
Okay. She affirms that they need to get baptized.
Because
Okay, and she doesn't affirm that God is coming in 2 weeks, even though she hears it constantly.
Okay, but do you know that she believes that it's 2 weeks? How do you know that?
She already has visions from God. Either God agrees to this or not. If he doesn't agree, she would correct him right there.
No, that is a supposition. What she writes, the visions don't say when it's going to be. They
But
don't
Israel
say.
why would she leave Israel Dammon to believe the same things up to the letter of Bates?
And she was disappointed, right? In a sense,
And
right?
Israel himself says that her 2 visions were used to substantiate the shut door.
No, they were used. No, they were used to substantiate the midnight cry. They were
The shut door. Israel says the shut door specifically.
Okay, it was the bridegroom view that they substantiated, and the bridegroom view is what half of the Adventists rejected.
Not Israel.
Not Israel. Israel is part of the group that didn't reject that, but then they separated over other issues, and eventually those who believed that probation had already closed, who believed that you shouldn't look back. Yeah, well, good for you. The fact that I don't know why you're putting these up in the course of our conversation. I mean, just maybe to give them credit for what they're saying. But those that are reading the chat can read the chat. It's just distracting me from trying to make a point, and maybe that's your point. And I should just thank you for doing research. Thank you for acknowledging that they did not believe that it was absolute. And then leave it with each of you to look at the evidence that I have provided here and that I've provided
No
in the video.
evidence. No evidence. You said you don't have an evidence with your computer. You will bring it up later. And for
Okay, I
in
gave
fact, for
you.
all,
Okay. Now
you
you're trying to shut me
dismissed
off, and I'm
everything.
trying to make a summary statement, sir.
No, you brother, you have been talking, and you said in your summary you said you have presented the evidence, but the
I
chat
have
have, and
pointed you to the evidence, and the documentation for the evidence is what I cannot provide you. Okay.
yeah,
And
that means
about
there's no
to tell
evidence.
you.
If you cannot provide the documentation to the evidence, there's no evidence.
You broke me
dismissed
in the middle
whole
of a sentence. You broke me in the middle of a sentence, and I said, I provide that evidence on my videos on my channel. And that's what I was about to say when you broke into my sentence.
Okay.
All right.
But in reference to the whole assessment of the event, I think we gathered already, it would be is that you have dismissed everything. The historical records is nothing. The cops is nothing. The government is nothing. The state is nothing. The testimonies are nothing. Only Ellen White.
Yeah, everybody is a Baptist.
Everybody's a Baptist. They misunderstood. You have to be
And now
reinterpreted.
you have your chance to make your summary, but that is not what I said. I looked carefully at each of the points of evidence, and I weighed one set of testimonies against another set of testimonies. And you can say, well, they said that she was the imitation of Christ, but then you have three witnesses that contradict that point of view. All right. You can have some people who said, oh, it felt good, but then you have another witness that says something else.
That's not what you said, though. Yes, some people said that they specifically didn't hear Ellen White being called imitation of Christ. Not that it's not true. And some of them said that we don't worship her. We don't consider her worship. That's all.
Okay, on that point, what you have to do is you have to divide up the witnesses, and that's what I did. Who are Adventists and who are not? The ones who said we don't use that are Adventists.
Who are the Baptists? Yeah, the other ones.
And the one who said that she said that was not part of the group. So the people that should know all denied it.
According to who?
The
three Adventists say we don't use that terminology. One
guy. You forced me to check the quotes again, but I think that you're making mistakes there.
Well, you're welcome to.
And also in the beginning, you said only one mentioned about hell. Then Harvey was dismissed.
You were wrong there. Yeah.
And Osborne clearly said that Ellen White said, if you don't rebaptize, you will go to hell.
And I was mistaken on that point, and you're correct. It's two people.
Anyways, we get your point, Kevin. Thank you for coming here.
Thank you for your sharing your view. We presented from our, we are not interpreting anything. This is, I think, in a general sense, I hope you get what you're trying to do. Today, we just presented and read, not interpreting anything, splitting hair, finding nuances, parallels, or nothing. This is public information. We present it. That's it. So I think in a sense, and this is also not our conclusion. This is coming from those people who lived in that century. And I think in contrast to your interpretation, which is what, at least 150, 200 years, almost close to 200 years later, would people can judge. So now, take it, for example, in a biblical sense, right? Should I interpret in 21st century, or should I interpret in the first century audience mindset and how the people lived and that how people wrote the writings? Go ahead.
1 verses 4. 5, if you can count Ellen White.
Okay. The same family.
And the forgery doesn't count.
Yeah, and they didn't appear on trial. If they appeared on trial to be cross-examined, then I would give you this.
You have repeated what somebody else said, and you agree with them, but there are 4 without the 5th, and I said the 5th is Ellen White. So that's 5 that said it one way and 1 that said it another. and there's
Yeah,
no
without
when she
any
contradict
trial. Yeah, and they
and
all
when
run
she
away from the court. Yeah.
And think
there
about this. When
there
she is
is
contradicting, think about this. Today, in today's court system, I'm defending some. I'm not involved in the trial, but I'm writing something about what happened in the event. But the police, those people, the person who's caught in the trial, and the jury, and the sworn statement is being presented to the court system. Do you think the court will take my writing over the people who were involved in the court system? This is how it works.
where was the cross reference? Where's the cross examination?
I'm talking about the epistemic justification. What justification
There was.
would you have today if you were to apply to the same extent that you are saying that
I get
Ellen
you.
White's testimony is greater and it's infallible compared to the government, the people who sent sworn statements, and the person who was involved in the trial?
You are okay. If she were there, she could give her testimony. She wasn't.
Why
And
wasn't she there?
so there is only one person that gives one testimony. You believe him. I believe her and the four who supported her.
The four that
That's
were
the
family
difference.
members.
Well, they're related in some way or other, but still.
Yeah. And when it contradicts the one who is actually telling in front of a judge, a police officer is telling in front of a judge. That's what I'm saying. If you apply the same criteria that you're doing now, right now, if you're
Mhm.
involved in a crime and the police officer is investigating you, and then you go to the court and present all these things and it's documented, public information, public records, should I take your words over what has been assessed and documented? Is that how the current court system would work in your paradigm today?
If she were part of the trial, then she would have to give testimony. She wasn't part of the trial.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why did she run away?
Who knows why not?
She says that God delivered her from this. That's what she says.
Okay, I'll have to look to see what you're talking about. I'm not. It doesn't come to mind, but you may be right. I don't know. I haven't
Yeah,
looked at it.
everybody just missed the trial. Yeah, even though they can justify Ellen White for us.
She does when she describes the trial. It's almost as if she were there, but then it's obvious that she. I had to try to determine.
She's describing 15 years later. 15 years later, what happened?
And her
This is very
her
problematic.
writing
Yeah.
is the basic.
I'm
Her
sorry. I
writings is
need to hear one of you at a time.
Go ahead.
I said that her description of the events came in spiritual gifts, which is 15 years after the event. And you're taking her account versus the guys who lived in the 15 years before that.
Yes.
Okay, if you don't see a problem with this, I'm not sure what to tell you.
And the police report is, as someone is saying, the police report
It's
is
not.
why
It's not
they
a
everything.
police report. It's not a police report. It's a policeman's testimony. It's not a police
Right.
report.
And that's how he ended up in the court, and the whole thing exploded, right? She doesn't have to be, because the figure of this whole event is Dammon, right?
Dammon.
So
Right.
But the thing is that where I'm trying to arrive at is that you are taking over one person's writings over the sworn statements. They are Baptists. They misunderstood. The police is contradicting, and the sole witness that you have to justify your assertion and quote unquote interpretation, like after 200 years, is that she wrote it plus with the family members' testimony, right?
Yeah.
Plus which were not involved, I would say.
I
No.
couldn't even find the evidence that these four people attended the event. I couldn't even find this evidence.
Do you have an evidence that they attended the event?
Yeah, but I don't have it. I can.
What kind of proof do you have in general, if you were to summarize?
Okay, well, the one individual that's in the list that you,
Except James Iyer.
James Iyer, yeah, because if they weren't witnesses, then you have discredited Wood.
Why?
Later denied.
I care about the family, the three people.
Okay, the family.
You're saying they weren't even there. Then what does she have to say?
That she doesn't say anything. She just cites their signatures.
to support her testimony, but he
No,
doesn't give explanations whether they went there or not.
She gave a different explanation of what took place, and she talked about, this is the part that's coming back to me, that the reason why they were able to take Dammon captive is because her brother or brother-in-law, the man of the house, where it took place, told them that they could take him.
That is James Tyre, but what about the family of the three? How do we know that they were in the event?
Okay, so do you believe that Mrs. Wood was there?
I do believe that Mrs. Wood was there, yeah, based on her testimony. But we don't have the testimony of all these three. That's just what Ellen White is claiming, that they were there, but we don't know that. How do we know that?
And now, plus, sorry to interrupt.
It makes no sense to accept her being there and the others not.
Okay, let's say that Mrs. Wood never went there. Let's say that Mrs. Wood never went there. So what? How do we know that these three people went there? They didn't appear in the trial. We don't know if they appeared in the event. And I think that I read a quote from somebody who says that the only reason why Ellen White included these people is because they were in close proximity.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, James Ayer is the senior, not the James Ayer who's the owner of the house.
That's correct. Yeah, but he lived.
So
he lived with them.
Why is the signature of his father, who's not the owner of the house who had this event, is signing this document?
Because he's the one that's related to the Hannafords through marriage.
Yes. How does that make up as an evidence of testimony?
He was present. He was present.
The evidence of it? No, the present was James Ayer, right? Is it the father was present in the activity?
And the son were both there. They lived in that community. So did the Hannafords.
No event. No, I think this is describing the side of the story, what happened in the event, right? Did the father attend the event?
Yeah.
Do we have an evidence for that? Is Daniel dropped out? I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
there's
so did the evidence. There's an evidence that the James.
You guys have full right to question every detail of it, just as I have done about other things, and so that's fully valid. For me to give you the reconstruction of how I came up with the names and validated their attendance, you're asking me to do something that I can't do right here.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll wrap it up at this. It's just that, so that's I'm not making any conclusion or presumption at this moment. The viewers had it from the beginning and all watched all our interaction. I'll leave it to them because each to his own mind. So that's how
exactly.
I think the final quote I want to say is, just give me a second.
No worries.
Let me read it directly, or rather citing. Where was it? Just a second, yeah. I think it could be important. So this is a statement by some historian or so. He says, the most of these signers were as deeply in fanaticism as James and Ellen White themselves. Some were leading ones, but signers who had not been personally associated in the fanaticism being scarce. To certify in these prepared papers the names of the two young ladies, perhaps more, are added, who at the time specified for the events were aged respectively 9 and 14 years, prodigies in intellect and judgment, surely or perhaps endowed with the gift of discerning spirits. But it is no difficult task to produce the names of partisans, associates, accomplices, their children, cousins, and aunts, to certify to one's rectitude, sanity, or orthodoxy. It is more safe and important, however, to have a good record in heaven. So basically, this is a quote by, I cannot find it right now, who is saying that all these people could be cited to support Ellen White's position just because they are having similar views like her, fanaticism.
It's not usually a good thing in a summary to bring in new evidence. So people can't really consider what you're bringing here. whether it's good or
Sorry, yeah, who cares? Anyways, we already said what we can.
whether it's good or bad, you've just now brought in something new, and so all what I was trying to do, besides it was to encourage people to look at the documents that I have on academia.edu and the ones that the fleshing out in a video where I give evidence on my channel. That's as much as I can do for now until I get permission to reproduce my full report. I don't have that permission because it belongs to somebody else. I would have to rewrite it to be able to present it. And so I think that some reconstruction, some can see and appreciate that. And also in my book, Glory, 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 I retell the events in Ellen White's life from the first vision through that first year in her own words, reconstructing it and how it fits together. And I think it presents a cogent, consistent picture so that you can understand about the fanaticism, you can understand about what she disagreed with and what was taking place over that period of time in her own words. If you don't believe her at all, it's not going to do you any good.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining. So I think again, just to reiterate, I think in overall sense, it would be. I'm not, on a personal note basis, I'm not dismissing you just outrightly. All I would say is that should we take the persons who lived at that point of time, the multiple witnesses, the government document, the police officer, whoever that is involved, and also how people interpret that particular incident, both the public and also those who were related to it, such as Kevin Burton and also Burke and the newspaper, and leading up to that, particularly in that century, over 2 centuries after. And you're saying that we should reconstruct it differently and so that you can harmonize it is the different approach that I would take, because I would say I let it be how it is. It is a historical event that happened, and how it is supposed to be interpreted is by those people that living in the century. You 200 years later coming and trying to reconstruct and harmonize it is your right. Doesn't take away your right to reinterpret it, but the testimony and the evidence and the history still stands as it is. So I think that's the viewer's choice, which one they would take to in terms of to see as an objective truth. With
Thank you
that,
for the opportunity. People would not have heard at all what I had to say if you did not give it to me, and I thank you for that.
Sure. We appreciate that you're coming in, and we apologize. If we, if there is any interruptions, we didn't mean that, and thank you. Do join, from time to time when we do this kind of in relations to Seventh-day Adventism. No worries. Thank you, Kevin. God bless you. Thank you for joining in today. Anel, any last words before we end the stream together?
I think for the people that care about history, they know what actually happened, and there are so many stories to choose from that have the same implications right now. And I believe personally that if you talk about something so long for so much time, you can revision pretty much everything. Yeah, even if the sentence says that it says she was condemning people to hell. Oh, it doesn't mean that. Yeah, it's an interpretation. You can say that to pretty much everything. And I don't know what to say. I mean, I have shown you the primary sources, and I would trust 19th century people over 21st century any day of the week. I mean, it's very clear.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So we usually wrap up in a prayer. Kevin, if you want to stay, you can. Anel, do you want to do the prayer just to end?
Yeah. So, Father God, we thank you right now for the opportunity to have this meeting. Thank you for the ability to present all these sources. We pray that you give us wisdom. We pray that you guide each and every one toward you, toward your Son, toward salvation.
We pray that we stay on the right path, and we pray that we don't ever get deceived by the things that are contrary to your gospel. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Amen. Thank you. God bless everyone. Thank you for everyone who stayed this 4 hour and 30 minutes. This is probably the longest that I've done. I don't do live streams. If you see my live list, it's rare. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for everyone who watched. God bless you wherever you are. Peace and blessings to you. God bless you. Take care.
Take
Bye-bye.
care. Yeah.